Pt.2. Inside the Whale. 1. Dr. Avrana Khan is suspicious by nature. Partly this is a deeply ingrained trauma resulting from a betrayal by an underling, back when she was human and alive and relatively sane. Partly it is simply building on a suspicion that was always part of her nature. This suspicion has survived in her despite the many forms she has taken, from human to human AI hybrid to pure AI that believed itself human, through to a complex program running on an organic operating system arising out of the interactions of millions of ants. Which means that when an alien fleet hoves into view, she starts looking for weapons and analyzing technology and constructing elaborate countermeasures and emergency plans that even she had not thought would suddenly become necessary. Abruptly, they are necessary. She was watching the energy signatures of the alien ships, all built on enough of an old empire foundation that she can understand them. Within seconds of the Lightfoot's first visual transmission, she senses a moment of utter chaos, as though the vessels are brains undergoing a seizure. Everything lights up. They are maneuvering, they are activating their weapons. Kern reacts instantly, her hypotheticals becoming the new reality. Humans, back when they built spaceships, constructed them with a hard outer shell to protect their vulnerable insides. Hortiids build ships with an internal skeleton, but a flexible outer sheath that Kern can trim by shifting the ship's bones. The outer hull comprises multiple layers of a fabric that is to the ancestral spider silk as a thrown stone is to the weapons the aliens are deploying, but it retains many of that substance's virtues. It has an incredible tensile strength for its weight. It can stretch without rupturing. It can be produced in large quantities in a short period of time. Kern starts shedding hull in great loose swatches, each one carrying with it a fluctuating electromagnetic signature. The Lightfoot becomes the center of an expanding haze of urticated silk that rides and cumps and forms constellations of matter even as the ship itself alters course. That suffices to confuse the targeting systems of the missiles now heading towards it. They veer off, spinning into snarling skeins that drag them off course, chasing electronic ghosts created in their sensor feedback by the arachnid chaff. The first lasers fall foul of the same defenses, wasting their energy on a vacuum abruptly cluttered. By then, the Lightfoot is already moving on a different heading, shifting tack so suddenly that its effective length halves, its internal buttressing compressing about the crew quarters, preserving that little bubble of air intact. The alien vessels are also turning, but they lumber where the Lightfoot darts. Kern has calculated the sort of mass they are hauling, and it is, by her reckoning, insane. Yes, the ships are huge, but even for such massive craft they appear to be carrying an absurd momentum, 1,000 times more than she can account for as they utterly fail to match her swift course correction. Of course, that is why they have launched a scattering of smaller craft, she surmises, which are tiny, each barely larger than a couple of humans end to end, and with engines every which way apparently, so that they spin about any axis they need to come and bother the Lightfoot with their weapons. She deploys more silk, aware that she is boiling away the mass of the ship, making some of that inertial shortening a permanent fixture as she cannibalizes her own substance. At least one of the incoming fighters plows straight into a mass of the stuff, loses half its thrusters and spins off into the void, but the rest are doggedly on her. She briefly considers consulting Bianca about permission to fire, but she is, after all, Avrana Khan, who better to make such decisions. She has a brief fugue moment of memory, unleashing her tiny satellite's weaponry against the Gilgamesh's shuttles and drones, killing humans before they became humans with a capital H. She never said, because neither Portiids nor humans would understand, but she enjoyed herself doing that. Cathartic was the word that occurred to her, and once they started putting her into spaceships, she always wondered if there might be some war somewhere with a hostile power. She decides that some other Kerns out there might get to be proper warships one day, and wouldn't that be fine? For now, she resolves that she will try to kill a few of these drones or fighters or whatever they are. She has decided that, Based on technological similarity, the aliens here are some human successor state. Probably poor-tiered diplomacy will make them humans with a capital H eventually, but for now she will blow a few of them up and see how it makes her feel. Of course, the Lightfoot, hastily prepared scout craft, is not exactly a gunboat, but she has lasers, rather more so than her captain or crew are aware of, more even than the Kern instance on the Voyager knew, because she went behind her own back when building this ship body. Now she lights them up, the Lightfoot's malleable hull breaking out in ugly warts that each house a lens. She begins painting the dark sky with lights, trying to pin down the enemy even as they overtake her. They're very swift though, and she begins to realize they are also good at what they do, whether they are organic or automatic. Their all-direction thrusters allow them to make lightning-fast changes in trajectory, bouncing about like monkeys as she tries to track them. She gets a couple, but they adapt to whatever minor damage she deals out. Their own lasers blister at her, crisping silk that her repair spinnerets replace as quickly as possible, frying some hubs of her ant network. They have overshot her and are now spinning about, fighting their own momentum with a rapid patter of thrust. Some of them open up with magnetically accelerated projectiles, and Kern laughs quietly to herself because she can mend any external holes as swiftly as they open, and the Lightfoot simply lacks the solid parts for such minuscule missiles to disrupt. They would need a lucky shot, a very lucky shot. A string of such little beads rip through her hull. One punches a hole in a main strut of her skeleton, but there is plenty of redundancy there. The trailing edge of the salvo punches a dozen holes in the crew compartment, so swiftly that the crew themselves would not even realize, had not Bianca, the captain, been directly in the path of one shot. Her death is instant, explosive. For the projectile itself, her presence does not affect its course. She is incidental to its path, that takes it into and out of the Lightfoot in the flash of an eye. For Meshna, the moment is experienced only in retrospect. Bianca had been at her post, stamping out orders that the machines translated only sluggishly for the human crew. Kern was concentrating too much on their defense to spend too much of herself on the niceties of interspecies communication. Then Bianca was all around them. Without any transitional state, the fluid-filled sac of her body burst asunder. Everyone is engaged in the fight, all the Lightfoot's small crew. Bianca's coordination has been taken from them, but nobody can spare more than a heartbeat to register it. Kern may make all the decisions, but the crew is providing her with supplementary computing power in the form of their own grey matter. Portia and Viola are suggesting firing solutions, trying to understand the apparently random patterns of the enemy fighters/drones. Zayn and Helena manage energy budgeting. The Lightfoot's drive is good, but like the Voyager, it is optimized for long-term use, not extreme short-term drain, and space combat is nothing if not draining. Kern draws what she needs, and the two humans do their best to juggle other less critical systems like life support. Fabian and Meshna work on wider predictions, with particular reference to the big ships out there that are each erupting with weapons fire from a dozen different angles. Meshna plots arcs and angles, trying to work out the best way to thread that particular needle. Space is a desert with no cover, and the enemy vessels have no front, meaning that any angle invites a broadside, and no sure way to know when it might come. Fabian passes over his best guess, paths to take that might dodge the worst of the incoming fire as they accelerate out of this mess. Meshna counters. Kern shoots them both down, figuratively speaking, modelling worst-case scenarios for them that see the Lightfoot smeared across a kilometre of empty space. The acerbic computer helpfully attaches a legend identifying just which pieces of the wreckage are Meshna and Fabian, because she always has computing power for put-downs. Back to the drawing board. Fabian stamps out a little fit of anger against his controls, which are above Meshna's head. There's no way we can get clear unless we break from the fighters, Fabian insists. Even as he does so, Meshna registers that another 3 railgun projectiles have just hit through the crew compartment, striking nothing vital and having no effect other than a tiny loss of atmosphere before the infinitesimal wounds in the hull seal themselves. The lasers are potentially worse, but the enemy fighters only use them in brief stabs, rather than trying to slice the Lightfoot open. Most likely, the tiny ships have even more limited energy reserves than their victim, and lasers are a colossal power sink. Meshner blinks, frowning, because abruptly his view of the screen is fuzzing, lines breaking apart into spectra of colours, the controls seeming to jump and writhe under his fingers. Not a good time, not a good time, he knows, watching his hands rattle with sudden palsy. Also, Artifabian didn't translate Fabian for me. He understood the Portier's words direct somehow, or imagined he had. He opens his mouth to advise Khan he's having issues. His tongue waves, words don't come. He turns and looks at the ocean sunset, both it and him running mad with colours he doesn't know, and that his mind balks at simply calling purple. When the waves crash on the shore, they are silent, yet they speak to him in a roar, insisting on their own provenance and immortality before reducing to a grumbling nothing. Meshner freezes, clutching for the controls he knows are there. His fingertips come back to him with a riot of sensory overload, a complexity of tactile data he simply lacks the equipment to decode. The approximate shape of his console is in there somewhere, camouflaged within the tumult. The ocean waves crash, same as before, exactly the same, cycling. A broken stub of memory recorded in too many colors, missing channels of data he would need before any of it felt real. It looks like corrupted recordings, ancient video data, flickering and phasing, repeating over and over. Not now! And at the same time, is this it? Has the fight shaken this loose? Have we succeeded at last? And yet this doesn't feel first person. He is Meshner, the human. This isn't what he was hunting for, in trying to graft Portiered understandings into his implant and his human brain. He feels as though he's watching the information from the outside, through some sort of third-party mediation. With that thought, he can move his point of perspective. He has no physical body, or rather, his body is not here, all its sensory data and proprioception locked in another room. And surely Fabian cannot just go wandering through his own memories like this. He would be locked to the perspective he or his ancestor had occupied when the understanding was first encoded. So how can he, Meshner, take apart and analyze the sensory data in this way? I'm modeling it, extrapolating a whole from Fabian's limited perspective, which means that probably half of what he experiences is his own invention, but fascinating nonetheless. If he wasn't about to die in, of all stupid things, a space battle, he would be exhilarated by this development. He turns around and sees Fabian there, the same Fabian he knows, looking out at that sunset. Why did the spider choose this moment? The Portiered, or some past Portiered, whose likeness was lost but whom Meshner has reconstructed as modern-day Fabian, had loved this sunset, this seascape, enough. Perhaps that was all. You cannot interrogate this, the spider tells him, the usual dance of feet and waving palps, and yet the meaning is crystal clear in Meshner's mind. This is all your own conjecture, building on reconstructed data in virtual space. And who am I talking to? He demands, and the spider stamps out, Work it out yourself, I'm busy. The means of communication is unfamiliar, the sharp tone less so. Kern? Or some limited subsystem of hers? Make yourself useful, it instructs him, and he has a sudden sense of wider space beyond this looping moment. It occurs to him that this could go very badly if he lets himself get trapped in the same 5 seconds of Fabian's recollection forever. And yet how is this even still present in his brain? It isn't, idiot. His own sharpness now, his own thoughts, not Kern's, but it's still in your implant. Like Kern said, it's a virtual space. The implant is a potent computing tool built to translate and model memory data, after all. Now, at the worst moment, he has finally accessed that space, except he didn't ask to, and potentially cannot escape from it. Even as he thinks it, another part of his brain seizes on a lifeline, the only thing here that comes from outside other than his own lost consciousness. He is linked to the ship, to Kern. The implant gives him access to her somehow, far beyond a crew member's regular comms. He feels dizzy for a moment at the thought that he is participating in a neural link with a computer, something nobody had done before without Old Empire technology, and not terribly successfully even then. He follows the breadcrumbs of Kern's link, and abruptly the sunset turns off, leaving him in dimness. Before him is a spider, huge beyond the dreams of Portiids, save that of course he views it from the low-slung perspective of Fabian. Meshna's mind floods with raw emotional input, some of it translated into base urges he can name, fear and desire inextricably linked, the ragged raw edge of excitement, desperation, a dread of failure. Other information batters at his brain looking for somewhere to roost, square peg emotions ramming themselves at the round holes of his mind, trying to make themselves known. He asked for something that would be unmistakably arachnid, and surely this matches his specifications. Portiids doing Portiid things to one another, incomprehensible, alien. The understanding he has been given is visually simple, but that is just a thin skin riding on a great sea of experiential data. And I will drown unless I get clear. Again, he follows the link of Kern until he finds himself in another place. Space. A frozen moment. He stands in the void, although he is not standing, not really, but his viewpoint suggests a presence and he goes with it, otherwise madness awaits. Gazing down on the stretched, silvery shimmer of the Lightfoot, looking buckled as it is caught midway through shifting its hull profile to cushion against another high-speed maneuver. Now the image pulls out. There are the enemy fighters, tiny spheres within a net of thrust and weapons systems. One is just erupting open into loose matter as Kern's lasers finally pinpoint it, the firing solution courtesy of Portia and Viola having predicted the next way it would jink. Beyond are the larger vessels, their formation now a cluttered mess, their own weapons systems quite busy. And the Lightfoot is coming back that way, because that is the best path to avoid the worst of the fighter barrage. "This is intolerable," a sharp female voice tells him, and he flinches with an instinct still held over from the Portiid historical male deference to the female. Kern manifests herself in space on the far side of the Lightfoot, her chosen scale making the ships seem like toys floating at the level of her waist. Meshna sees a tall, severe woman, grey hair tied back, wearing an ornate one-piece garment that might perhaps be what old Empire shipsuits looked like, back when such things were more than tatters and dust. He wonders how authentic the simulacra is, because surely Averana Kern does not really hold an accurate self-image after so many millennia. "You are occupying too much space," she snaps at him, for all that she has a virtual body twice the size of the largest alien ship, and he has a notional point of view that could dance upon the head of a pin. "You are draining my resources. Who or what are you?" Without a half-second's pause, she seems to catch up with that fragment of herself he encountered a moment before. Meshna Austin Oslam, the self-made lab animal. And he reflects that answering her own questions is probably a large part of her stock in trade these days. "Why are you here?" He stammers out that she led him here, that perhaps that part that left the breadcrumbs is only a subroutine that Kern herself disowns. He has a sense that somewhere, somehow, a kind of communication is being attempted, but it isn't reaching Kern. She stalks about the sluggishly moving display, simultaneously looking at all the spaceborne vessels and at him, giving everything her full attention all the time. Parts of his brain grind against each other, trying to force this ersatz visual stimulus to conform to the laws of physical space. Which it needn't, he reminds himself. So, and he calls up information, arraying it in virtual space, just as he did when testing out the implant the first time he awoke with it. For a split second, he is back with the sunset and the ocean, but then Kern bodily yanks him back to the battle map, the little dot of the Lightfoot, to the spreading formation of enemy ships, and his mind is processing, still trying to do its job now he has this spectacular visual representation of the sky outside, and something has snagged his attention that surely Kern has already seen. And his information has got through, or else Kern looked past the battle to what his body was/is working on, and has seen his meager role in all of this. Your cognitive functions are overflowing into ship systems, she tells him, still severe, but with a thoughtful edge. She is a scientist first and foremost, after all. Your implant needs limiting functions. It is trying to process a fat bolus of sensory data, and it's just eating up all the processing power it can handle. I'm having to hold it off from rampaging through my own memory, and in holding it off, I'm suffering a further drain on my capabilities. Idiot monkey. Her expression, or that facet of it she spares him, is appraising. Still, at any other time, an interesting toy. You have come somewhere close to an upload facility in the most backwards manner possible, creating an extended virtual simulation of your own cognitive functions in order to process a recorded medium not in any way intended for a human. Wait, a virtual simulation? Is that all I am? This all feels entirely real to me. Again, he has no way of saying it, but it manages to reach Kern. He expects derision, but the look on her face is solemn, even sympathetic. It does, doesn't it? She agrees. No matter how they peel you down, even when you're stripped down to something that can't think, can't feel, some pissant little shard of yourself that's barely good for anything but calculating square roots and prime numbers, it still feels like you, until you try to do something and find that part of you is missing. I'm limiting you, Meshna Austin Oslam. I'm fencing you off so you don't cripple the ship with your existential crisis. And that way, this experience may end up repatriated with the rest of your mind and bring it out of the grand mal seizure you are currently experiencing. What? Your brain is a complicated toy. When you play carelessly with it, you might lose some pieces, he says, and that sardonic edge is back, her sympathy apparently exhausted. I've devised a solution to purge you from the system for now. I really do need all my wits about me. If you have the chance, there are ways to have your implant recalibrate its internal architecture to make your simulations far more resource efficient, and thus get more done without involving me. Let me know if any of this stays with you. Wait! Meshna's perspective lurches. He can feel reality ascending to meet him like the ground reaches for a falling man, either Khan's doing or the fit he is apparently undergoing, and he tries to force more information up the pipe than mere words. He has a course for her, not frantic flight into the black, but an approach to the enemy ships. It is threading the needle sideways and backwards and upside down, entirely beyond the parameters of the task he had been set, and yet perfect. Nonsense, Khan snaps. This exposes us to the weapons of 3 of the large vessels in sequence at extreme close range, one after another. Unacceptable. You have set the wrong limits on our search, he insists. The ocean returns briefly, pulsing like a slow heartbeat, so that he gains and loses Kern, gains and loses the battle. See their attacks. It is so obvious, and yet Kern hasn't seen it because, in the final analysis, she is a self-regulating computer trying to maximize her limited computational power. She set herself a narrow task, and that task became her world. They're fighting each other, he manages at last, flagging up various of the combatants in different colors, some hostile, some at least neutral, deploying weapons on their fellows in an apparent attempt to defend the Lightfoot. Each ship has angles and arcs that are being used for countermeasures, casting vast shadows where their attentions pick the void clean of the ordnance of their neighbors. Space is abruptly not a desert, or at least it is a desert with a few rocks for shade. Enough cover, perhaps, to get up enough speed to outrange the enemy. Khan stares at him, going in and out of his mind's eye, but he sees her smile before he loses her. Then he is arching his back, fingers clutching at the fabric of the cabin floor as Zaim clamps a medical scanner to his head, jarring his implant agonizingly. There is a great deal of chaos, and he feels his heart stop and get jolted back into action by Helena applying a muscle override. There is blood in his mouth, and his vision glitters with ephemeral stars. 2. Abruptly, they have left the fighters spinning in their wake, the Lightfoot accelerating with all its power. Only the spiders, Portia, Viola, and Fabian, remain at the controls. Helena and Zayn are doing their best to save the life of their fellow human, Meshna, fighting cerebral inflammation and calming his spiking neural activity until at last he opens his eyes, Helena isn't sure they still have him, despite everything. There is a moment when nothing of Meshna stares out at her. Then expression falls back onto his face, and he says, "They're fighting," which seems the most fatuous observation in the world until Fabian starts tapping and scraping at his console, and she puts a gloved hand down to catch his meaning. Being screened by 3 of the vessels. One of the others is damaged. There's ice bleeding from it. They are at war. He's practically bouncing at his post, hanging head down up the wall. A moment later, he jumps down and runs around Meshna's prone form, because portiers have great trouble keeping still when they're excited. Helena checks the medical monitors. Meshna seems stable now, though he has apparently lapsed back into unconsciousness. She sits back, feeling exasperated at him. Some feedback from his implant struck him down, nothing of the fight at all. She isn't the only one to be thinking it. Fabian's skittering progress comes to an abrupt end as Viola jumps down in front of him, her forelegs raised in threat. The male instantly adopts a submissive posture, and she hoists herself higher for a moment, displaying her utmost anger with him before stalking off to Bianca's station. Fabian's palps lift and twitch, which Helena reads automatically as, "What did I do?" "You made this happen," Portia signals, creeping over to hunker down by Helena. "You experimented on him." The male makes a few stuttering motions, not a complete sentence, but the equivalent of a human muttering to themselves, "How was I to know?" "Curtail your activities," Portia tells him. "We are all in danger." Fabian's clenched legs suggest he wants to ask how he could have foreseen that either, and Helena has some sympathy there. One moment the aliens were happy to communicate, the next, the moment they saw a human form in fact, one group were driven to some furious rage, while others were equally vehement about defending the Lightfoot, both factions springing to instant, all-out aggression without any sign or warning. And does that make them human? Not in Helena's book. Admittedly, the humans of Kern's world are unusually pacifistic, based on Kern's dark references to the long past of the species, but she reckons that people would still need to steel themselves or something like that to justify it to themselves, unless the whole thing was a trap from the start, already primed to devolve into murderous intent. But that doesn't explain the ships that apparently took the Lightfoot's side in the quarrel. "None of it makes sense," she tells Portia through her gloves. "We are being contacted," comes a general announcement from Viola, with Kern's spoken translation following a moment after. "3 large ships following our course, the vessels that covered our escape." "At least we're faster," Aeons says, doubtless remembering the ponderous maneuvering of the alien vessels. "We are not," Viola says pedantically. "We are merely able to accelerate more rapidly for now. They are signaling us as before, although with a greater proportion on the technical channel. More coordinates." Everyone exchanges looks. Human heads turn, portiers cant bodies towards each other. "A trap?" Aeons suggests, but she doesn't sound convinced. "Potentially a trap if these are simply enemies that want enough of us left to study," Viola puts in. The subtext of her pulp waving means bad things multiply, implying that just because the alien factions are fighting does not mean they are neatly divided into friend and foe. "Can we speak to the Voyager?" Helena asks. Kern's own voice breaks in, transmitting through the air and floor simultaneously. "We simply don't know the capabilities of these ships now they are paying such close attention to us. At the very least, we would be alerting them to the presence of the Voyager if we sent a transmission. We must hope our comrades are watching." "We can just flee outwards," Fabian suggests. "We can change course faster than they can." "And then what?" Portia demands. Helena waggles a thumb to get her attention and then signals, "Easy, calm," because her colleague tends to become the arch-traditionalist in times of stress, a female's female. With obvious effort, Portia de-escalates her body language from threat to conversational, saying, "If we flee now, even if we escape them, what have we gained? What has Bianca died for? We came all this way riding the line of their signals. There is a mystery here we need new perspectives to understand. Are they enemies that will threaten us back at our home one day? We have seen their technology is as complex as ours, or more so. If we can travel between the stars, So can they. Are they allies? Do they need our help? Why fight each other? Why attack us? If there is any chance of learning more of them, and especially of making peaceful contact, we must take it. Converted to human terms, she is a passionate speaker, embodying the Portiad virtue of intrepid curiosity. Zayn has plotted the new coordinates. They're taking us in-system, past the orbit of the next planet. That gives us around 2 months, more than enough time to reconfigure the ship and prepare. I'm seeking a meeting of minds on defensive strategy, Kern throws out. The odd wording is a best fit translation of the spider concept, everyone sitting around a web, plucking out ideas as they occur. Helena feels she would have little to contribute. Instead, she has the Lightfoot's records line up a large sampling of the alien transmissions, especially the visual elements. She is, after all, the doyenne of translation software, even if her efforts have been focused on an entirely different communication system. She has time on her hands now, if she is happy to burn her own personal allotment of it by staying out of cold sleep. Adapting her goggles and gloves and rejigging her internal software is a long and delicate process, but with Portia's help, she has the opportunity to do it now, and hopefully not strew over my brain like Meshna did. One of her mentors back on Kern's world had warned of exactly that, the potential for alien thought and language to cause damage to the human brain simply through exposure. The woman had been paranoid about some hypothetical true aliens, whose simple cognition would be anathema for any humans or Portiads who tried to understand it. Helena suspects that mentor was someone whose psychology had problems coping with living on a planet full of spiders. Some of the original Gilgamesh survivors had simply never adjusted, living on a human reservation where Portiad presence was minimal and covert. Helena's mentor, when positing that lethal alien race, had been externalizing an internal fear she had lived with all her life, or so Helena came to believe. And there are Portiads who find humans impossible to be around, she knows. Sometimes it is the sheer scale. Sometimes they simply can't tune out the crashing of human footfalls in the way most spiders do. The two species rub along with some rough edges, even after all this time. Portia strokes her arm gently, a gesture of solidarity evolved independently by two very different species. Remember what we said about males? Helena tells her, ruffling the tufted brows over Portia's main eyes. Fabian is not a typical male, Portia shuffles, doubtless keeping at least one other eye on the subject of her ire. He crouches and dances neatly enough, but he doesn't mean it. He bears grudges, that one. And you give him reason to, Helena points out. On her screen, the computer has coded 500 separate alien signals, visual and informational. This is ant work, performed by the Lightfoot's live-in colony rather than Kern's consciousness or the electronic systems. It is the sort of qualitative analysis at which Portiad ants beat human computers every time. Helena frowns, used to finding patterns in signals, in speech. So much of her Portiad language work is finding the correlations between meaning, stance, pulp qualifiers, even scent chemicals, all the different facets of communication. Here, she sees alien transmissions invariably sent out as two distinct formats, and yet there is no immediate correlation at all. Or if there is, it lies in some part of the data she is not analyzing properly. She goes back to the source and taxes Kern about possible other channels, separate elements of the message that haven't come through to her. Many days later, and with Kern threatening to throttle her system's access, all she has is absence of evidence for any pattern between visual and numerical signals, which isn't evidence of absence, but still. What if there are two separate species in their ships too, she wonders. What if the number signals are hidden within the main transmission by some sort of fifth column? So instead of giving us a rendezvous, some spy was telling us where they were going. Portia shivers, signaling her discontent with the idea. They were acting on it though, and we have signals here not meant for us. Every one is split the same way to a greater or lesser extent. The data-heavy visual information, the more compact Old Empire format numbers, and the proportion changed. Look, there's a pattern. And she is right. The correlation is not with content, but with split. Certain combinations of color and shape match where the visual information comes close to edging out the numbers altogether. As though they were shouting. And indeed, the colors and shapes for those periods seem distinctly less friendly. Black, red, white, spikes and sharp angles. Perhaps universal symbols of threat to anything with an Earth origin. And they are looking at something that came from distant Earth, without a doubt. The technology being used to send these baffling signals is a close cousin to tech the Gilgamesh found in Old Empire facilities, or the tech used to preserve a Veronica in orbit about the world that bore her name. Closer to us than whoever's sending the signals. Nobody is talking about a machine intelligence now, but Helena strongly feels that there isn't a human operator on the other end of these transmissions either. In her mind is Viola's instinctively angry approach to Fabian, those raised legs, the implicit promise of violence carried over from ancestral pre-sentient times. I am bigger, I am dangerous, submit to me. Portier's radio transmissions are very urbane. They carry a coded version of the meaning of spider language, the vibrations and visual qualifiers, but without the larger-scale body language to give it broader emotional context. In that sense, human voices are better radio because so much of the subtext is carried in tone and pacing. But even then, humans prefer to communicate by screen, where they can read each other's expressions. Do you think your people might have developed a distance communications method that translated body language? She asks Portia, whose attention is far more on the defensive tactics huddle, where Zayn, Viola and Fabian confer with Kern. Portia's palps give a non-committal shrug. Helena feels a rising excitement though. If they relied more on their body language, or if we made our physical expressions even more key to getting meaning across. And hadn't the Old Empire invented a whole extra alphabet of symbols to add emotional qualifiers to written text, to fulfill just that need? So let's say we're dealing with a species for whom visual signifiers are a key part of their communication, and they just can't pass meaning along without them. And that is a sticking point, for surely, when developing their culture, such a species would still need to reduce that meaning to some sort of code, something like written characters, that would abbreviate and come to represent the original physical communication. But what if it hadn't somehow? You cannot imagine the path such a culture would take. How could they get from barbarism to such a height of technology without ever having to reduce their language to a simpler code? Or perhaps what she sees in that packed visual channel is an abbreviation of something even more complex. Remember to breathe, Portia tells her, and Helena realizes she is frozen up, her mind chasing blind alleys as she holds her breath. It helps to have a friend who knows her that well. I'm going to focus on the visual channel alone, she announces. She will take the initial categorization work done by the ants and apply her translation algorithms to it, that are themselves the evolutionary descendants of programs devised by her ancestor, Holston Mason, when he was still a crewman on the Gilgamesh. The ants will take on her software and bring her crumbs of meaning from the wealth of data that she has. And it is a wealth that only increases as they fall in system away from the asteroid belt. The traffic that was so riotous about the silvery habitats or installations or whatever they were is nothing compared to the cacophony they can detect already from the next planet in. A broad spectrum... what? Not babble, but an eyesore of clashing colours, Helena considers. A complex, shifting display from 10,000 separate sources. She wonders if they are at war, whatever they are, but it seems impossible that there could be a whole angry planet with such a level of technology that wouldn't just destroy itself, like Earth did. As though there is some millennia-old curse that follows all the children of that lost planet and goads them into annihilation. 3. Fabian suggests that one faction of the locals owned the asteroid belt, and they were in dispute with the faction on the inner planet whose orbit they are now speeding towards. Certainly, there are signals triangulating between the world and the alien ships shadowing them. The new rendezvous point, or ambush opportunity as Portia cannot help thinking of it, will put them within the orbital track of the planet, but a good 30 million kilometers from its position at that time, and she considers the precision of this. Perhaps some alien mind has tried to find a compromise that puts the proposer close enough to home, while not so close as to spook the visitors from the stars. Or perhaps the locals simply have weapons and technology that makes a nothing of 30 million kilometers. If forced to make the call, Portia does not think they do, from what she's seen, but they definitely have an edge over her own people's tech. Still, technology is not a linear business. There will be strengths and weaknesses on all sides, even with everyone clinging to the shoulders of antique human giants. Ever since Portia last came out from the freezers, she has been bothering Kern for updates, regularly asking, "Are we nearly there yet?" So excited she is skittering all about the crew compartment, floor, walls and ceiling. It is a particularly Portiad state, born from a hunting species that evolved a society where aggressive behavior has to be kept in check. When the moment for action comes, she will be stillness personified if she needs to be. Right now, her deep ancestral instincts are telling her to do something, and so she runs about the available space, and stops, and runs, and stops, playing with the level of oxygen and sugars inside her to keep her frustrations in check. Kern's long-range scanning shows new alien ships summoned in to wait for them at the rendezvous point, already doing something. The scanners are uncertain at this range, but it is possible that one of them is altering shape or splitting in two, which suggests some interesting convergences with Portiad engineering. Kern has also taken some better readings on the planet, distant though it is, and come up with a battery of interesting findings. The signal density suggests a very technologically active society, but the good doctor's analysis is that such a volume of signals does not support the idea of a densely populated world reliant on radio transmissions. Kern's comparison with the world named after her, for example, indicates that if Portiad communication was still primarily radio-based, signals would exceed what she is detecting by a factor of 10. Of course, the bulk of modern Portiad chatter is not sent over the airwaves, but instead by fiber optics and similar closed systems, meaning Kern's world is quite a quiet place to any alien listening stations. The crew have formulated a range of mostly unsupported theories to throw evidence at. Is there just a small population? Is radio rationed or restricted to a certain class, as it was through much of Portiad history for religious social reasons? Perhaps the world throngs with non-broadcast technology and there is simply a large orbital presence relying on radio transmissions. That is Portia's suggestion, which she feels best fits the observed facts. Viola counters with, perhaps they're just alien, which is not, to Portia's mind, very helpful. Viola has taken Bianca's death badly. The two of them had been born to the same peer house, had known each other almost from the moment they hatched. Portiads do not have the close family bond humans are so dependent on, but kindred minds of long association form a tight-knit sorority. Siblinghood, Portia corrects herself, a wave of her palps approximating a rolling of the eyes, where the loss of a colleague leaves a gap in the network, a hole that drags the world out of shape with its absence. And so, if Viola's state of mind is not exactly like human grief, it is still a mournful acknowledgement that the world of today is at variance with the world of yesterday, and today is not the richer for it. Still fidgety, Portia pages through the data Kern is accumulating about the planet. Even at this distance, considerable orbital scaffolding is in evidence. Not quite the ring about the world that Portia's home sports, with its geosynchronous web strung out from dozens of elevator cables, but a great clutter of what might be space stations or what might be debris. Sporadic energy signatures suggest either some particular flashy industry or perhaps large-scale weapons discharge. Past all that, the actual planet has a curious signature that Kern can only explain with the idea of an almost entirely liquid surface. At that distance from the Sun, this is most likely water, Portia knows. There are aquatic, intelligent species on Kern's world. A species of crustacean has long had diplomatic relations with the Portiads, and limited trade and exchange of technology. The spiders do not venture beneath the water much, though, and the ocean-bound culture seems destined to remain there, their technology lagging behind the Portiids, and the horizons of their ambition forever ending at the surface. Aquatic cultures are not good candidates for high technology, and most especially not for spacefaring. That, at least, is Portiid received wisdom on the subject. Kern agrees with such wisdom in principle. At the same time, she's been drawing up calculations about mass, momentum, and inertia as applied to the alien ships, and finding neat solutions to her equations only if the huge vessels were filled with water. And completely filled, mind you, with no gaps for air, or the sloshing would burst any kind of hull Kern can conceive of. And there was that icy, ruptured wreck they came across on their approach. Surely that would have been just such a ship that had encountered some calamity and opened to the freezing void of space, gouting its life's blood before the remnants froze solid. There is much debate on the possibilities, and Portia keeps a couple of idle legs in the conversation, just in case anything particularly edifying is said. With 3 other feet, she asks Helena how an aquatic species might communicate. "We've seen how," Helena tells her, deep in the strands of her own work as she fights with the aliens' communications. Visually, at least in part. Perhaps infrasound? Maybe there are whole extra channels we've not picked up, and all this is meaningless. She sounds frustrated, that Portia knows her as well as one of her kind can ever know a human. Helena has a patience with long, complex tasks that Portia finds quite spider-like. In her more honest moments, Portia would admit it is a facility she herself often lacks. She jumps without a line, as the saying goes, all too often. But then the spiders recognize that to prosper, a colony needs a good balance of temerity and caution. "I see what they have done now," announces Kern, and the screens shift to show new images. Not like tangles of legends spring up around the images, as Kern explains. The largest waiting ship is now considerably reduced in size, and its mass has contributed to a new globe that may be either protected by the same flexible membrane or possibly by something entirely beyond Portiid technology, a field of pure electromagnetic energy. Another ship has docked with this transparent globe, an organic-looking umbilical projecting into it as the 2 spheres gently orbit one another. The other ships are standing off, some thousands of kilometers away. "I've received some fresh transmissions. Helena is considering them, but they include one clear section that I think is unmistakable. It is a docking authorization code that I recognize from my own time. It is, therefore, an invitation. Helena?" "I concur." Helena taps out absently, then speaks the sentiment for Meshna and Zayn. Portia hunches, feeling a frisson of fear at the thought. A strange arena for a first contact, a sphere of water held impossibly in the vacuum of space, an inimical medium for a human, more so for a Portiid. A challenge, therefore. "I will go," she stumps out emphatically, getting in before some other daredevil can steal her thunder. "I will meet with them." She feels Helena's hand on her back. "I better go too," her human says. "I think I have some first principles of their language worked out." The Lightfoot has been decelerating for some days now, though not for as long as the other alien ships, the ones still far behind them, which are slow to start and just as slow to stop. The water, of course, Fabian suggests. He waits for a challenge from the females, but right now they are either content to listen or have other things on their minds. They will have hard limits on speed gain and loss, colossal momentum and inertia problems, and the energy required. He finishes his speech with a half-threat gesture to emphasize the martial nature of their opposite numbers. "Someone has taken on a few new understandings," Portia observes dryly, suggesting that Fabian's newfound authority is very much standing on the backs of female giants. Helena absently flicks her a cautionary gesture with one thumb, and the spider responds with a little irritated twitch of her palps. Yes, he's right, of course. Either he came by it. Portiid genius is in the interpretation and application, not the knowing. She can't really deny the male his moment. Viola is unhappy about entering onto enemy ground for any kind of meeting. Kern is too, but everyone else decides in favor of it. Portiids are not good at chains of command. There is no clear successor to Bianca, because they tend to think in terms of branches and networks rather than straight lines. Authority amongst them comes down to nebulous levels of influence, and Viola is not well liked enough to carry the argument. Kern herself would be a tyrannical autocrat if anyone let her. Helena suspects that her long history of negotiation with the Portiids led in different directions, with her reliant on them, less a matriarchal god figure in the end than a conjured demon that has grown used to the captivity of its magic circle. Although the Kern instances vary, Helena knows. So tell me, Kern's voice makes her jump with its closeness, for all the computer hybrid can speak from any point around the crew quarters. How are your efforts at communication doing? Because you don't have time for peer review and editing. Helena grimaces. I have a working system, downloaded to my implants, and a slate. I can produce signals that are at least superficially similar to their visual data, and I found some tenuous correlations between what we see and the technical data stream paired with it, as well as the simpler emotional content we already had. Kern's human voice is doubting, and probably she only makes the noise to transmit that doubt. I was not able to find any correlation between the datasets. Show me your working. Helena does so, because that sort of snappish demand is just how Kern is, a less than charming personality that every human and Portiid on Kern's world has grown quite used to. She flags up the correspondences, which are not any kind of continuous linkages, but points where certain key signifiers in the visual stream, color choice, wavelength spread, the physical shapes of objects, always seem to prompt particular responses, as though the visual stream is off on its own for most of the time, but comes back down to check in with its sibling channel. And your conclusions, please? Kern prompts her, because the data she has provided is intricate but goes nowhere. What is this for? To give instructions, perhaps, or take on information, Helena explains, but probably the former, because you can see this precedes a lot of the physical response we've seen in them, especially the fighting. I'm wondering if we're dealing with more than one species working closely together, or a species and a machine system like Viola was saying. And? Working out from that, I can see certain visual signals lead to certain types of action. I've classified these. More data flagged up. Kern can search the whole database, but this saves her computational power, which Helena knows she appreciates. I can't exactly chat to them about the weather, but I can get as far as we come in peace. And on the technical stream side, I have more I can say, but I suspect without a visual stream, they may not take it on board. Or maybe whoever does understand what I'm saying isn't in a position to call the shots. Apparently, Meshner has been eavesdropping. Their technology is superior to ours, we think? Why not let them call the shots? He still looks pale and sorry for himself despite convalescence in cold sleep, but he is back with them. We have a large library of their transmissions, Helena points out. They have almost nothing of ours. And I intend to keep it that way if at all possible, Kern puts in firmly. I have not detected any attempt to compromise our systems, meaning herself, but I have put some fail-safes in place and given instructions to certain crew members to check on me. The unspoken coda. If Kern is hacked by the aliens, will she know? The main hope is that Portiid computing is so different to the old Earth systems the aliens appear to base theirs on, that any attempt at taking Kern over would be doomed by sheer incompatibility, whereas Kern is growing increasingly familiar with how the locals' computers must work. It hasn't escaped anyone's attention that Meshner has been given broad access privileges to Kern's systems, heading up a list of 2 ahead of Viola. That raises eyebrows and palps all round, but neither Kern nor Meshner are in an expository mood, and full disclosure will have to wait. And then their engines are shouldering against the momentum, jockeying with physics to come close to a spectral sphere that seems to be nothing but a globe of water, dancing in slow circles with the alien ship. It is almost empty, save for 2 chaotic-looking jumbles of angular, unformed plastic facing one another across a vast fluid space. Except that Helena sees the assemblies are exact mirror images. Our side, your side. The prevailing theory amongst the Portiids is that they will find something here like the stomatopod civilization back on Kern's world, only vastly more advanced. The crustaceans back home are also highly color sensitive, and indeed their natural sensoria contributed considerably to Portiid tech. The slate Helena will be projecting her colorful messages onto, and all the screens in the crew quarters, form their pictures by modified chromatophores, myriad color cells that swell and shrink, tiny and multitudinous enough to produce lifelike moving images. How big are they, do we think? Zayn asks warily, because although the new globe is dwarfed by its parent ship, it is still a lot of water. No larger than I am, Portia replies promptly. She flags the dimensions of the connecting umbilical, which a Portiid would just be able to crawl into. They must just like the open sea. There is a problem, Kern puts in. Her human voice is flat, suggesting she has reassigned processing power from trying to sound like her old self. Helena catches subtext in the Portiid vibrations she gives out, though. Warning, anxiety, and an odd sense of confession, clarified by her saying, I've been working on a weapon to deploy against the enemy. Only if things went wrong, obviously. Let's not call them the enemy, Helena says quietly. I had hoped that an electromagnetic pulse would impair their systems and allow us to escape, as we are far less vulnerable to such weapons, the computer explains primly. However, this globe exists only by virtue of a magnetic field, which might not survive such an attack. Hence, our ambassadors enter very much at their own risk. It was always going to be that way, Portia puts in immediately. I have prepared your suits then, says Kern, somewhat mulishly. Suitable for water or vacuum, for what it's worth. Good luck, Neshla says, not sounding terribly optimistic. Helena manages to meet his bloodshot gaze and smile. 4. Let us call this one Paul, in honor of Dizra Senkovi's nomenclature. Just as Portia does not think of herself as Portia, but instead a sequence of vibrational pulses, modified by pulp motions to indicate mood and relative status, Paul does not think of himself in human terms. Unlike Portia, he has no fixed designation at all. He has an I, an ego that looks upon itself and recognizes its separation from the rest of the universe, just as it recognizes distinct parts of that universe which are its kin, rivals, potential mates, entities to be admired or avoided. Simultaneously, Paul recognizes that these other entities are not fixed, and a rival one day may be a friend the next. He recognizes that he himself is a protean being, psychologically as well as physically. He emerges from the umbilical cautiously. Parts of him are alive with anticipated danger, but the rest of him is pure curiosity and a desire to explore and discover. His people have been presented with a new challenge to investigate. Under other circumstances, there would have been none of the violence Paul recently witnessed and took part in, but his people are facing a great many challenges right now, enough that they are becoming challenges for each other. When the alien intruders sent that message, the first comprehensible signal they had produced, it flipped the perspectives of a number of Paul's people into full defensive mode. And why? Paul doesn't ask the question because he accepts that these feelings and shifts just are. There was a sudden danger attached to that anthropoid silhouette, and some of his fellows interpreted it as a threat. They, their crowns, recoiled and knew that they must defend themselves, which led to the various nodes of their reach signaling the ship systems that act as an extended nervous system and body. Paul and his confederates, in the meantime, had come to different conclusions, a desire to understand and investigate overcoming the sense of danger, and their reaction was to protect the new thing from impending destruction. Hence the unpleasantness between ships that left 26 of Paul's people dead. These days, it is an all too common occurrence. His people live on the knife edge handed to them by history. But the makeshift alliance for the defense won out, making a fierce enough display that the attacking party re-evaluated its priorities and became instantly of a different opinion, abandoning their hostile action against the aliens without a second thought, which has led Paul's ship out here to create an arena where he, of all of them, can encounter these visitors. The umbilical is narrow, but Paul is malleable and rolls his soft body through it easily, even his brain compressing when necessary. Flowering out into open water, he feels a need to observe from a safer position before moving forwards. An arm reaches out, of its own accord, to touch the shelter his people created here, and he oozes into its gaps, navigating the irregular spaces within, until his eyes push their way up through a hole so he can observe them. There are two of them. Paul sees that one is something crab-like, smaller than Paul, but larger than he feels comfortable hunting. The other is humanoid. Paul recognizes the shape, even though he has no memories of such a thing. He is linked to his ship, and the ship's databanks have a lot of old detritus they are even now dredging up. The shape of a human being haunts the octopus records like a ghost, a bogeyman, a god of elder days. Paul's skin fluctuates as he tries to process this subconscious knowledge, his emotions racing, awe, fear, threat, wonder. And yet it is just the shape. He has a sense of constraint, of barriers between him and the aliens, even though there is just the water. The ship's sensors understand the visitors are completely covered in material that is not endemic to them. Suits, devices. Paul cannot see them, which means he cannot receive the information from them that he is used to. They are like shadows in his mind. His mood worsens, more trepidation eating away at the optimistic curiosity. For a moment, he is about to go back into his ship and abandon the entire venture. After all, the newcomers are just hanging there in the water, a stance of dominance a predator might take, rather than making use of their own shelter to show prudence and humility. And yet, he wants to know, and that curiosity is sent as an imperative crown to reach, jetting him out of his nook and into the water before them. He is perhaps half the mass of the human shape, but seems larger because of the great trail of his tentacles. Time, and Senkovi's original refusal to introduce octopus-eating predators, have allowed his species to grow considerably. The human shape is holding something flat and rectangular before it, a screen, because colors and shapes are displaying there. For a moment, Paul is considering the screen itself as the intelligence, but then he shifts perspective and connects with the aliens mentally for the first time, understanding an attempt to communicate. The actual content seems meaningless at first sight, lacking the basic content even a hatchling's emotional outbursts would demonstrate. A moment later, he re-evaluates, because the undercurrent of data received by the ship and his reach grants a limited context. He understands that they come in peace. He understands that they wish to talk, even if they cannot actually talk. Paul's mood wavers. He feels an intense excitement at this new thing and drifts forward to investigate. At the same time, his reach, informed by more information from the deep databanks, he feels a growing current of disquiet. It is as though he is remembering a very bad thing that he has never consciously known. The aliens are making no moves towards him, and he decides this is preferable, allowing him to control the contact. As he approaches them, maintaining his position in the water column with occasional jets of his siphon, he speaks to them as eloquently as possible. Even as his reach is signaling its agreement to peace and communication, Paul extemporizes a speech along the same lines, an elegant performance poem written on his skin and in the coiling attitudes of his many arms. His confederates, watching from the ship, send him strong approval and admiration. Some are moved to higher emotional states, and his internal eye sees a cascade of performances derived from his own, individual interpretations, inversions, replies. Paul is overwhelmed by the beauty of it, and ensures the entire sequence is stored in the ship's memory for later consideration. He feels very positive, because his reach is processing constant messages from the reaches of his peers, confirming their own upbeat emotional states. He is about to do something great. He is expanding the world of his species by meeting these humans and/or aliens. The alien device spills over with more colors that coalesce into simple shapes. They indicate contradictory things about the mood state of these visitors. They are calm, they are excited, they are vigilant, they are filled with carnal desire. Paul understands that this momentous meeting has overwhelmed them. His own guise is displaying a similarly diverse range of moods after all. Then, following translation via the processing centers of his arms, he understands that perhaps the aliens are simply not good at communicating. Still, they show neither aggression nor fear, and Paul has a sudden leap of cognition, a moment when all his parts contribute to the whole, and sees that there is a germ of commonality there. They are trying. And why would they, if they were just destructive monsters? Paul gathers himself and with conscious effort takes control of his guise, flooding his skin with a pleasant diplomatic pattern of greys and greens, an ambassador's polite poker face that suppresses any outward sign of his inner turmoil. He approaches the aliens carefully, even though his arms are twitching to touch the stuff of their outer layers and see what it might have to say. His link to his ship excites various visual parts of his brain. His crewmates are in a constant chromatic babble of wonder at this first contact. The recordings of this moment will be pored over for centuries, assuming any of Paul's people survive that long, which is currently by no means guaranteed. A proper attitude is required, he decides. He must serenade these aliens, even if they cannot understand him. Like most things his conscious mind does, he acts in the moment, and for his own appreciation. Paul dances. He is a good dancer. He has precise control over the color centers of his skin, and his reach translates the thoughts and emotions he wishes to convey, and converts them into elegant attitudes and coils, so that one moment he is undulating through the water like loose cloth on the currents, the next he is spread like horn coral, or clasped tight like a snail's shell. The two aliens, the humanoid and the crab-like one, watch him, at least. Probably the beauty of his performance is utterly lost on them, but it is keenly felt by him and by most of his crewmates who are not incurable Philistines. It is, for Paul, the proper thing to do at this moment, and so he acts out his impulses until he is close enough to the aliens to touch them. The humanoid alien, the one of that troubling ancestral shape, has its tablet up again, and the tablet has a happy, contented color scheme on it. The invisible message accompanying it, that his reach decodes, is a standard Old Empire ship code confirming receipt of assistance, and Paul knows this means something like, "Thank you." He feels a great sense of accomplishment that he cannot keep off his skin. He reaches out to touch the human-shaped one, and instantly knows this was a mistake. For a moment, the crab one jerks into a different position that he can read quite clearly as threat, and he understands. These creatures cover themselves entirely. They do not touch. Paul goes white at the thought, then deep purple tones of remorse and pity. How can they live like that? But then the moment has passed. 3 of his arms are still suckered to the alien, for his arms have decided this is what they are going to do, and the aliens have calmed themselves. Perhaps they are open to new experiences. Perhaps they can bring themselves to touch each other, to explore the shapes and textures of their own world. Now Paul has brought this new sense to them. Their outer layers are fascinating. Hardness, softness, strange tastes and textures, something like skin, something like stone, odd alloys, curious shapes. The human one permits the exploration. The crab one waits, plainly tense and armed, Paul sees, with a pair of wicked-looking beaks instead of pincers. His arms decide they should not venture in that direction just yet, and the rest of him agrees. This is all going so well. Paul is going to be admired for this, and part of his crown is already thinking forwards to a composition he can perform to demonstrate just how it felt to be first in such an endeavour. Even as he thinks this, a change comes over the entire crew of his ship. It is not a conscious understanding, but information has come to the vessel's sensors and thence to the reaches of the crew. When it reaches their conscious minds, it becomes simply danger, danger now, danger attached to the aliens, danger, betrayal, fear. Paul jets away from them instantly, corkscrewing backwards through the water, leaving an obscuring cloud of ink behind him. "Emergency protocols," his crewmates are saying, and he desperately tries to get out of the bubble before it is too late. He is too late. The aliens, with no idea of what is going on, have no chance to react at all. 5. Avrana Kern, or her facsimile, is keeping an eye on activity within the bubble, partly visually through the transparent wall, which nonetheless is filtering out harmful radiation through a structure or composition she does not quite appreciate. Partly, she is relying on the light support feedback from Helena and Portia's internal implants and suit systems, because if they become anxious, she will know it, and that is a more efficient way of reading the situation than trying to analyze it herself. Being human, for the operating system that knows itself as Dr. Avrana Kern, is often a matter of such shortcuts. She is only wires and ants and some notional business that arises from their interactions after all. And I was only neural impulses once. She suspects that would seem qualitatively different to her if she could become complex enough, but right now it is merely a statement of fact. Keeping tabs on the diplomatic party is not consuming much of her attention, and in the region of multitasking she is far in excess of her anthropoid exemplar. The Portiad's ant colony computing systems excel at parallel planes of calculation. She is devoting more time to studying the signals of the alien civilization, especially those coming from the 3 ships, in case this is a trap. The ships are constantly broadcasting to each other, a never-ending stream of visual junk supported by low-level mechanical status reports, or so Kern translates them. She has hunted for meaning, using Helena's notes and her own problem-solving capability, and has come down to a simple conclusion: they just never shut up. She considers this in light of the alien visitor who has joined Helena and Portia in the pool. If color is its language, then it too is constantly blathering. But does that mean it cannot obfuscate? Is that epilepsy-inducing color show unconscious display? Insufficient data. Kern picks over signals from further afield, fragmentary transmissions from the distant planet rolling towards them along its Newtonian track. She is already working on sources, all of which have been orbital. Perhaps this constant chatter is a primal response to these marine astronauts finding themselves in space. There is another signal. Kern processes it, and then more of her processes it, and then an alarm is tripped because she is trying to deal with this one input among so many, and it is hogging a disproportionate amount of her attention. For a moment, she remembers that there was, back in the last day of her own civilization, a virus that killed all the toys and machines and electronic minds of her time, all except her. But such an attack would be useless against her now, because she does not run on a platform the old virus would even recognize. And if these aliens have devised such a vector to infect her so swiftly, their capabilities must be little short of godlike. She bristles, readying herself for a new fight. But her enemy is nothing of the sort. Her enemy is herself. And not even some rogue Kern fragment, but her own understanding of who she is. There is a single signal. She had not noticed it before because of all the rest of the chaos, and because it comes from neither the ships nor that watery planet they apparently originate from. It comes from further in-system. It is being broadcast from another world entirely, rising to prominence only because the combined orbits of the 2 orbs are bringing them towards their mutual closest point, so that the signal waxes until its very familiarity makes it leap out from the general alien chatter. Kern runs some quick and dirty scans, and her best guess is that the next world in is somewhat Earth-like in general composition, arguably more so than the water world these mollusks come from. So why did her ancient kin not go there? Answer: they did. Answer: they may still be there. The signal she is receiving is unambiguous in its coding and signature, instantly translatable because it is in her native language, that these Johnny-come-lately humans call Imperial C. And it is not a distress call. It is not a simple automatic transmission, though nor is it a targeted attempt to communicate with her. And she tries to react. She, Avrana Kern, feels a void within her, that should contain an emotional response. She has found her people after so long, and her so long encompasses the rise of entire sentient species. She has found her peers, insofar as she ever admitted to any, a survival from the otherwise extinct civilization whose culmination and high point was the production of one Dr. Avrana Kern. She is aware of the impact this discovery should have, and yet she is cheated of it. What she can muster, in comparison to what she should be feeling, is what a child's open-mouthed drawing of a face is to real surprise. She feels the lack twice over. Once that she is only a poor splinter instance of her master copy, but once again because even the best version of Avrana Kern, now available to the universe, has lost so much that those human depths are no longer present in her. She is, of course, a computer, and so it shouldn't matter. But she is a computer that believes itself human, and so it does, like an insoluble logic problem gnawing away at her capacity to deal with anything else. She devotes more and more of her capacity towards attempting to recapture some sense of genuine shock, surprise, delight, the rattling thesaurus of genuine experience that she didn't realize she was missing until now. More internal alarms get tripped, and thankfully she is sophisticated enough, as a computer or a genuine intelligence, and who's drawing lines in the sand anyway, to stop herself before she decides the ship can do without life support or anything vital. But she cannot forget the emotional void like a subroutine she can't abandon. She cannot know what should fill it, and yet she knows something should be there. And so she takes an action that she shouldn't. Strictly speaking, her relationship with the crew and their wider species is one of partnership, and the Portiads are not good with hard boundaries anyway, running their lives on social opprobrium rather than rigid legalities. But all the same, Kern is damn sure this particular violation is not something anyone is going to approve of. She connects to Meshner via his still-open implant and walks into his brain. It is of course an utter nonsense to say that a human or Portiad or any living thing only uses some small percentage of its brain capacity. Evolution is not known for laying in stores for some notional future. Meshner, however, might be the exception. Not in being simple, he is not. However, he has augmented his brain with a lot of extra processing power in his quest for Portiad understandings, and if he's not currently accessing it, then he surely won't begrudge Kern the chance to paddle in his pool. She expands her logic structures into the spaces of his implant and spreads out, trying to feel. 7 seconds later, a long time relatively, Kern realizes she has gotten carried away, because this is emotional space. Meshner has his implant specifically configured to translate sensory and experiential data, and that carries with it a burden of emotional meaning, human and Portiad both. Kern opens herself to her emotions, organs that perished along with the rest of her long ago. In their absence, she lets a facsimile of Meshner feel for her, creating a scenario that might generate a comparable response from him. Meshner has already solved the problem of translating the messy chemical business of emotions into electronic qualia, and he never even realized the breakthrough he had made. In the process, she also finds several roadblocks that have been stymieing his attempt to stream Portiad experience into a human mind, and, absently, patches them up. Kern has been working with the spiders for longer than Meshner's entire species, after all. The experience of shock, hope, awe, and dread exceeds her expectations. Meshner's emotions are an addictive brew, even though his crewmates would probably say he was inward and distant. More usage alarms go off, and then some external ones. Kern overwrites herself and disengages, clearing out of Meshner's implant like a burglar hearing police sirens. Now, what is the disaster? Ships, still where they were? Ambassadors? A spike of alarm from Portia at some rubbery octopoid groping, but otherwise unharmed. The Lightfoot? Currently seeing the second emergency treatment of Meshner Austin Oslam in recent memory. Kern troubleshoots immediately, comparing Meshner's recovering neural activity with her own experience of being in his implant. She comes to a profoundly awkward but inescapable conclusion, one she will have to discuss with Meshner and possibly the entire crew. Currently, they are blaming Meshner again, and that is not entirely fair. But Kern feels that setting the record straight while engaging in first contact diplomacy will be counterproductive. And besides, she needs to find a way to phrase her confession so that she gets to do the forbidden thing again. Because it was... She reaches into herself because she knows that she should feel something about the experience she had in Meshna's brain, but all she finds is the unsatisfying knowledge that it was intellectually fulfilling, and that just isn't the same. Because her attention is now just about full with all of these things, her knee-jerk impulse to reply to the Imperial Sea signal is allowed to go ahead, and she sends a simple, received and acknowledged. Moments later, everything goes to hell. 6. One moment, the octopus is right before her, far closer than within arm's reach as it explores her suit curiously, the hard parts and the soft, the different materials. Helena is looking at its eye, its pupil swelling from a horizontal bar to an irregular blot as it examines her. She has no sense of eye contact from it. Its attention is on her body as its own scrolls with dignified, slow pulses of colour. And I am mute to it. Her slate is still presented, and the creature plainly notes the colour messages she has cobbled together. Occasionally, the ghostly reflection of one of her signals ripples back across the octopus's skin. Received, but is anything being understood? And yet she feels curiously at peace, floating here in a bubble of force and water out in empty space. There is no sense of threat in the creature, for all that Portia is grumbling in her ear. The electronics-only transmission is simply conveying the spider's general dissatisfaction with the tactile nature of their host's advance. And then, something changes. The octopus abruptly broadcasts colours that Helena knows mean agitation and fear. It jets away from them, seeking to escape to its own ship. She feels herself lumber in the water, unwilling to simply activate her own thrusters and retreat without greater understanding. A bubble of alarm comes from amongst her colleagues on the Lightfoot. The ink clears. She sees the octopus has fallen back from its exit, dead white now, its skin raised up into barbs and devil's horns. Beyond the transparent membrane of their bubble, the universe wheels, the great ponderous baubles of the alien ships spinning, which means that they are spinning, disconnected from the umbilical. Helena flails at the water to turn herself, hunting out the Lightfoot, seeing a glimpse of it before the monolithic curved side of one of the alien vessels cuts her off from it. Trapped, and in a bubble. Her environment, which seemed perfectly still and safe only a moment ago, now seems no more than a dream to her that might vanish the moment some vast being awakes. "Portia," she starts, but the spider cuts her off. Electromagnetic signals are fluctuating wildly. For a moment, floating at the center of her little aqueous universe, Helena can't understand what she means. Some manner of weapon? Lancing through the invisible walls at them from the alien ship? Then she catches up with what her own instruments are telling her. There is a particular problem with unstable electromagnetic fields right now. Electromagnetic fields are what form the outside of the bubble. "Oh," Helena says, because even as the revelation hits, she sees cracks form on the outside of the bubble, as though it is glass. No, not cracks at all. They spread outwards from seed points all over the membrane, beautiful, dendritic, like shimmering flowers that glitter in the light from the ships and the system's star. Helena hangs in the water, helpless in every possible way, and watches the outer layers of her watery sphere crystallize into ice, until all the universe is occluded, until a pale shell encloses the entire bubble, growing thicker by the moment, creaking and cracking and forming fault lines as it expands messily, spears and shards of rigid water jabbing into the interior like roots, jutting out fresh branches like trees. Like a forest, razor-sharp tines reaching and dividing and growing inwards, ever inwards. The cold comes to her through her suit, the bone cold of freezing water leaching at her body's precious heat. She calls out to Portia again, feels the spider's legs curve about her body, Portia's underside clasping against her back in a futile attempt to conserve heat. Both their suits strain with the chill. Heaters that would have coped in the insulated cold of space are losing the battle against the conductive cold of the swirling water, and the spearheads of the ice forest grow closer and closer. Helena feels another pressure around her legs. The lamps of her helmet show her the octopus, still as bleached as the ice itself, clinging there. One more doomed living thing seeking warmth and solace in these last few moments. Her visor readouts tell her the exact moment when her suit heater gives out ahead of schedule. Shoddy workmanship, do better next time. She had not known how much work it was doing to keep the cold from her. Even as some scientific part of her mind complains, "It can't be losing heat this quickly. It must be doing something to us, it's not natural." The cold rushes in and clasps her so tight she can't breathe. She feels Portia shudder at her back, legs clutching tighter. And then, not even that, as she loses track of her own body, numbed into insensibility. Her heart slows. The light goes out. 7. The switch from calm to chaos is without warning. Helena and Portia's readouts are replaced by warnings that the alien ships are lumbering into motion, weapons systems lighting up across their curved hulls. The Lightfoot is already pulling away, not that a little distance will make any odds, and readying its defensive measures. One screen reads out their available mass capable of being used as anti-missile chaff, or to absorb laser energy, which has dwindled alarmingly since their first engagement. Meshna himself, in no position to contribute to the effort, hopes that at least the Voyager is watching somehow. Someone should learn something from this mess. The aliens, the octopuses or whatever they are, seem infinitely mercurial. After his own shutdown, he is entirely prepared to accept that he might have missed some nuance, but everyone seems equally taken unawares. The other side have gone from cautious diplomacy to full battle stations like a flipped coin. "Is there another ship coming in?" he gropes. "They were fighting each other." "No other vessel, Meshna," Kern says in his ear, sounding weirdly solicitous. Fabian stamps out a new message that Artifabian translates as, "The bubble's lost its field." For a moment, Meshna can't work out what that means. Then his stomach plunges. If asked, he would say his relationship with Helena and Portia is about as distant as you could reasonably get on a small ship. But in that moment, he discovers that the prospect of losing more comrades is too much. He lurches over to a console, calling up information, already halfway through plotting some mad rescue attempt, scooping the pair of them from the rapidly expanding ice grit of their habitat. Except the ice is only expanding the regular way, not dispersing. The smooth, perfectly round surface of the bubble is now a jagged tectonic chaos, as plates of freezing water shoulder against each other, rupturing into miniature mountain chains, cracking and shattering, spitting retorts of crystals and water vapor into the void. Yet the whole remains miraculously intact. Two of the alien ships have drifted into a stately opposing orbit around the smaller sphere, or around each other with the ice ball caught between them, denying the Lightfoot any chance to get at it. The third vessel is executing a very slow maneuver, clearing its colleagues to have an unimpeded view of them. "Plenty of signals for what it's worth," Zayn says. The vessels are all showing jagged red images against white backgrounds, veined with black and funereal purple. Nobody has any doubt about their emotional content. Viola's next utterance goes untranslated. Kern is focused on a lot of things right then. Meshna guesses she is stating the obvious, though. The weapons are all live, but the aliens are not attacking or even launching fighters. Instead, they have somehow secured the ice ball between the two ships. No visible tethers, but the electromagnetic sensors are giving utterly conflicting readings, and the entire assemblage is starting to accelerate away at a snail's pace in the general direction of the nearest planet, the water world. Meshna turns every instrument on the ice ball, pillaging it for information. Are they still alive? No clear answer. He would have said they'd been crushed by the ice, except that the aliens are plainly keen to keep their prize, and he guesses not just as a trophy of their triumph over the invaders. "Missiles launched," Khan says calmly. "I'm taking countermeasures. Ensure you're strapped in. Meshna, you in particular." He frowns at that because Khan has never been the mothering type before, but she is right to be cautious. To his further annoyance, Fabian insists on helping secure him. When he tries to do without the help, his hands shake so much he can't use them. "I think I've fucked my brain," he blurts out. The two ships and their frozen cargo are properly underway now, their companion putting itself ponderously between their escape and the Lightfoot. A handful of missiles have been taken off by Kern's web-worked chaff, but the vessel hasn't launched its complement of small craft or undertaken a full attack. The initial panic seems to be calming. The signals are still reds and whites, but other hues have crept in. "They're telling us something," Zayn reports. "It's like, I don't know, could they be having a succession of mutinies? It's like different people keep getting control of the helm over there." "Telling us something we can't understand," Meshner complains. "What's the point?" "I have Helena's work on translation," Kern says, sounding abruptly far less like a human being, because nothing in her tone admits Helena is gone. "I will do what I can, and I invite other perspectives. However, the undertone of technical data indicates..." And she trails off, turning over the word end while she tries to calculate what she means. "They're getting further away!" Viola's words, via Artifabian, match the agitation of her shuffling legs. "We are being warned off," Zayn decides. "And if we decide to go after them, they can make short work of us. We have very little of ourselves left to spend." A beat. "I'm sorry, I am. I don't want to abandon them if there's any chance, but you're all looking at the same numbers I am." "Their technical data includes coordinates for the next planet in," Kern says, merely a flat delivery of information. "How is that relevant?" from Viola. Meshner watches the map on his screen, seeing the distances increase, the ice ball and its escorts now clipping along and still accelerating. "I'm sorry, Helena. Sorry, Portia." "There was a signal," Kern says, still with her poker face, and now the lack of effect becomes suspicious. Meshner feels his implant twinge again, and grips his harness in case another attack is on its way. "Fabian," he says, "my head's open, I think." Fabian flicks his palps, a common enough movement that Meshner knows means, yes, but not now. "Tell us about this signal," says Viola. "There was a signal," Kern repeats. "It was in an antique format, one familiar to me from when I was human. It was not like the signals of these creatures. It came from the inner planet." The screens run with data to supplement her words, including a capture of the signal itself, or part of it. There is no beginning, no end, just a ragged-edged chunk of transmission in Imperial C that reads... Meshner squints. He can translate that ancient language easily enough, but what is he reading? There are visual files as well, he sees, but the base transmission is a fragment of... a natural history? He wonders. Or a fiction, is it? This is all. He looks over details of biochemistry, ecology, descriptions of impossible animals or plants or things that are neither or both. Why would anyone... What is this? How is it relevant? Viola demands. The change in attitude of the locals came immediately after I acknowledged receipt of the signal, Khan tells her. I believe it was that contact that convinced them we were hostile. I propose that they associate humans with threat because of some pre-existing situation here in this system. They are now sending us threats or warnings which are associated with that inner planet. You think there are humans there? Zayn asks incredulously. Humans who are sending out this? Adds Meshner, still wading through it. This is incredible, or else nonsense. I believe that we are receiving a signal from something akin to myself, Khan announces, and Meshner wonders if the slightly nervous tone was his imagination. I do not believe this is direct human contact, but it seems to me that there could be a hybrid human system surviving here, just as I survived. Perhaps it has acted in a hostile manner towards these other locals prior to this. They appear frightened of it. But perhaps it will speak to us. Perhaps it will aid us in recovering our crew, if they are still alive. Why should it? But Meshner doesn't voice the words. Khan is a thing, an operating system, and yet at that moment he is sure he can sense a yearning in her, almost as if it is his own. to find something that is like you after 10,000 years of being unique. He always felt Khan rather valued being singular, but perhaps that was only because she had never been given another option. "We're short on other choices," Viola grumbles. "But if this is a force that the water creatures are afraid of, it may give us some much-needed leverage, and they are definitely trying to get us to go away, so we may as well go and speak to this voice and see if it can hear us, whoever it is." "There is a sender identity," Khan puts in. "It claims that its name is Irma Lante." Past 3. For we are many. 1. Disra Senkovi had barely slept since he came face to face with his pets. Why? If he stopped to consider the situation scientifically, he could scrub the query clean of anthropomorphism and turn it into any glitch or neutral meaning he wanted. Scientific thought had always sought to avoid imparting human meaning to animal expression, a practice Senkovi felt had been convenient when the subject of what to test the cosmetics on came up. He could have taken up the mantle of Skinner and decided that there was no mind behind the slot-pupiled eye Paul had turned on him. The urge to do just that was surprisingly strong for a man who had always felt octopi had such a wise world within their bodies. Coming face to face with the alien, even the aliens of Earth, was a faith-shaking experience. But he had overcome. He had decided that there was a line of direct communication, even if it was only in the broadest generalities. He could not know if Paul had just been complaining about the tasks or demanding a purpose of his creator. So he would answer all the questions at once, by providing Paul and the others with a full and frank disclosure of what was going on. Not Earth, not humanity, not Senkovi's past or the intent of the original mission, but Damascus, the blue planet. Damascus, where a number of Paul's relatives were already living, drifting through the habitable currents of the sea, and occasionally descending on terraforming equipment to modify it, hopefully to Senkovi's plans. Senkovi was going to change how he went about that. He would still have the system flag up problem predictions, mostly in the form of warnings about negative conditions. The macro terraforming of Damascus was mostly complete now, and there were robust ecosystems in place with multiple redundancies and diversity. All those little lives spawned from the genetic library aboard the Aegean. The fine work remained to be done, though. Ocean World covered such a wide range of different environments, many of them inhospitable to both humanity and octopi. The tools to tweak and mold were all down there, along with mobile hatcheries to continue elaborating on the food chain. But there came a point where he couldn't just do it himself. Why? So he would show them why. He had spent almost 150 hours with the Aegean's computer now, drugging himself to the eyeballs to do away with sleep, and hogging a remarkable amount of the ship's attention in order to model it all. He was giving his pets the world in miniature, a complete picture of the Damascus project, showing them what they could have, and how they could shape it if they wanted. And in moulding the world for their own protean purposes, they would be finalizing the terraforming of a human habitable world. But in his mind, it was first and foremost for them. He had already begun to roll out sections of the code, broadening the world that Paul and the others looked onto. Instruments were recording the busy activity of the octopi in the Aegean's tanks as they flickered and pulsed with colors, or clasped in brief, violent fights that broke apart almost instantly. Virtually, they were exploring. He could track their presence within the system he was building for them. What they actually understood, if they understood anything, he could never know. There would forever be that barrier between them. He could not know how it was for them. If a lion could speak, as the man said, we could not understand it. And yet Paul had spoken, and he had chosen to assign meaning to those words. Why? Senkovi was aware that by now he was not acting entirely rationally. The obsessive part of his nature, never that far from the surface, had been riding him through the streets at midnight. The system was still pulling everything together, but at last he had to accept that his own input was finished. He could review the completed simulation, but he set the computer to keep feeding new sections to his pets, broadening their submarine horizons. It was all he felt he could do, in the end. He had reached the 7th day, and the drugs couldn't manage it anymore. Just as he broke away from the system, though, dialing up a new pharmaceutical cocktail that would bring him down far enough to actually let sleep happen, he saw that he had some 17 outstanding messages from Baltiel, all of which were marked with a level of urgency he shouldn't have been able to shunt into the background, but apparently had done. Somewhat tentatively, with the feeling of being in trouble, he checked the first one, and discovered something had happened to Lortice. 2. Nobody had any answers for why the tortoise had stabbed Lortice. By the time they got him back to the habitat, he was already in profound shock. Lante spent 4 hours working their medical lab to its limits just to stop his body shutting down, mostly by taking over failing parts of his nervous system and practically running them by hand until they found their feet again. After that, stable was not the word for his condition, but the constant attentions of the medical systems sufficed to keep his brain, heart, and body all within the tolerances they required to ensure that he lived, and that what lived would still be Lortice. The unexpected answer Lante did have was just what the alien had injected him with. She met with Baltiel once Lortice's condition no longer required her constant intervention. By then, she had managed to extract a small sample of the material from his bloodstream and cross-reference it to the database. You remember the tortoise graveyard? She was hauling up files almost carelessly, dumping them in the common virtual area for Baltiel to pick over, dissection recordings, her spoken logs, half-complete entries on alien life that were an exercise in speculation. Baltiel revised the facts quickly. A collection of a dozen tortoises apparently dead or in some deep torpid state. Lortice had hauled them all back for study because it looked like some other odd behavior that might perhaps have led to more. Except it hadn't. They had been inactive, and the very low-level biological activity Lante had detected might count as dead or gnawed. The boundary wasn't quite that clear-cut, even in Earth biology. What Lante had gone on to investigate, what had seemed quite the rabbit hole at the time, was that 3 of the 12 contained a thick, opaque fluid in their central sac, which was normally filled simply with a fluid close enough to the brackish water of the marsh. Her interest, as Baltiel saw, had been a flight of fancy that she'd found some differentiation of sexes in northern life, but that had gone nowhere. All the studied species appeared to practice sexual reproduction without genders, just exchanging identical gametes equably. Q. Lante writing about the parasitic gender of the male in Earth evolution and various other hobby horses. She hadn't been able to show that the liquid had anything to do with reproduction, but it had been very dense compared to most northern cellular material. The interior of its cell walls maze-like with complex molecular structures. This was northern genetics, as far as Lante could tell. But if so, the stuff had either a very complex or a profoundly inefficient genome. That was what the tortoise had shot into Lortice. More of the same. Baltiel had a headachy moment when he thought Lante was going to talk about mating rituals and imply the damn thing had been after the equivalent of humping a man's leg, but Lante had gone on to grimmer areas of speculation. I think they were diseased, the tortoises, she explained flatly. I think this stuff is an infection, some sort of fungal or bacterial equivalent found in the tortoise population, and maybe it spreads by having them stab one another. Its injection went through Lortice's suit like it was tissue paper, but that's not surprising if it was expecting to have to get into a shell. Having gone over my data, I'm thinking maybe even something like a slime mold, a collection of cells that can act in unison. Clots of it seem to be holding together within Lortice's body, at least. So what's it doing to him? Baltiel asked her. It's infecting him? It can't, Lante insisted. It can't possibly. Because there's nothing in Lortice's body that it can have evolved to use. His proteins, his structures and organs, it's as alien to this stuff as Nod is to us. But what it can do is trigger a massive reaction across his whole system, because his immune system is in overdrive. I'm not able to do anything about the stuff in him. I've just spent hours stopping Ortiz killing himself through self-induced anaphylactic shock, basically. And the fight's not over. This stuff is traveling around his system, and not just where his circulation takes it either. I think it's trying to do whatever it normally does in a new host, and obviously it can't get that done, but it spreads and moves about and changes its external structures, I think, so that Ortiz keeps reacting to it again. It is taking everything we have just to keep his body temperature from cooking him, his tissues from swelling until they burst, and oh god, his pulmonary tract. I've rebuilt that from scratch twice now, because he's swelling up like... And Lante broke off and just stared at Bolteal for a moment, a great weight of weariness skating by her, doubtless greased on its way by the same drugs he knew Senkovi was even then playing with. Anyway, I'll record a full report, but it's there, all we have. Prognosis? Fuck knows, Lante said frankly. I think the invasive material is suffering attrition from Ortiz's immune reaction, so at least he's not only killing himself. Best result, he whittles it down, he calms down, he comes back to us. Cerebral records suggest no brain damage yet, at least. That may change. To get that level, haggard stare on him. This changes everything, Yusuf. It's a setback. This planet has attacked us, she pointed out. And yes, I'm not imbuing this act with some malign intent, but it's happened. We've taken this place for granted. Its primitive-looking creatures, its simple-seeming ecosystems, and we didn't know half of what we needed to. Perhaps we would if you'd followed up on researching this stuff when you first found it, Bolteal told her, before he could stop himself. Lante blinked, taking that in remarkably placidly, though perhaps that was just the come-down from the drugs. I'm going to sleep now. Rani is in medical and she can hold the fort if things kick off before you can get me back up. I will then record a full report. She stood, swaying slightly. And if that is where your vaunted leadership takes you in times of stress, Yusuf, then you'd better think about what the point of view is. In her absence, after she had left, Yusuf considered that she was right, but found no acceptable way to take the words back. At around that point, Senkovi finally responded to one of his many messages, so at least he had someone to be justifiably angry at, other than himself. 3. We have discovered such hostile environments, and yet so complex and elaborate and strange, unlike anything we have explored before. Geometrics of the universe expressed in these branching turns and interlocking engines. What a world is this we have stumbled across? What a world, and yet it seeks to kill us. It burns, it boils, it chokes, it traps. We change and change to find a structure and a shape that will endure this realm. We travel, always ahead of the violent weather of this place, the structures that are and are not life. We fight to survive, and simultaneously to understand where we have found ourselves. The world we left is rendered down to atomics written within us. Knowledge these of we no longer need to know. A new universe requires new laws. We divide and divide. Expeditions sent into the far reaches of the infinite to feel out its edges. We die in 1,000 ways, but always there is a survivor, laden with knowledge written within one of we, so that the rest of we might learn and grow. We war with this complex, obstructed cosmos. Its war is to destroy us, render down our structure into some smooth slag that it can whirl away to destruction. Our war is to understand, for with understanding comes mastery. And at last, these of we, the survivors, the explorers, find a calm eye within the storm. Others of we have followed other paths, and they are gone now, just their final records dispatched through the rushing rivers of this immensity, to come to us, inscribed within the warnings of the dead. Do not go here, 'tis too hot to retain cohesion. Do not go here. It will bury you. But these survivors, have followed the lightning of this place, the rush of its iron-heavy fluids as far as we can go. Have we found the source? Is that the task the universe has set for such of we as were bold enough to cross into this realm? We have found the source of the lightning, and in the pulse and shock of that great hub of energy and fire, these of we have discovered something that makes all the complexities of this new realm into old, dull ideas. We sit. We sense. Slowly, over 1,000 generations, these of we write our histories within us and grow to understand. 4. The habitat hadn't needed an infirmary, but Lante already had procedures in place. Lortice had been dragged through in his suit, puncture included, and hauled out of that for emergency treatment, so the quarantine she had imposed later was probably worthless, but for now the patient was entirely cut off from the rest of them, on his own filtered air supply, and Lante only went in suited up and disinfected afterwards. Even then it fell short of what an infectious diseases ward should have been. They just didn't have power and raw materials for the constant destruction of components. From her studies of the invasive fluid, Lante was confident that it was too dense to travel by air. Boltiel was well aware of the gaps in those studies, the fact that they were encountering an alien threat. The damn stuff might shift to some spore-like form without warning. It might become something their filters couldn't detect. They didn't know. His fascination with the alien ecosystem at their doorstep had soured in an instant when Lortice was hauled in. But now, Lortice was awake. With the virtual eye of his cybernetic HUD, Boltiel watched the suited Lante speaking to him. Lortice's skin made him look like a burn victim who'd been beaten with sticks from the heat of his fevers and the extreme tissue swelling he'd undergone at the height of his allergic reaction, his body clenching cell against cell until the walls burst. And yet they could fix that. He was pumped full of regenerative catalysts and nanomachines. The mere physical trauma was eminently repairable, now he wasn't in danger of death at any moment. Lortice's eyes moved, and his mouth, his tongue seeming too large. The ends of his fingers twitched. Grander movements were beyond him, especially with the ruin of the leg that had been ground zero for the attack. Boltiel tried to sift meaning from his slurred replies. Lante was going over an inventory of how he felt, hunting errant symptoms. And obviously Lortice felt like hell, but Lante seemed to be satisfied that all his actual complaints were attributable to damage done, not damage still underway. Eventually she finished up, gave Lortice some brisk bedside manner about being back on his feet in 10 days, and came out. The wait for decontamination was frustrating then, because Lante refused to be interviewed while she was about it. It was safe to say that Yusuf Boltiel was not her favourite person, since the whole business had kicked off. Out of her makeshift ward space, she regarded him without love. "You've seen the checklist? You've seen the prognosis," she told him. "I have," Boltiel agreed. 10 days was not just sugar for the patient. Even with the habitat's limited medical technology, they'd have major tissue function restored, though Lortice would be confined to a powered exoskeleton for a while after that. "Well done for saving him." Lante's sour expression did not brighten. "Well done Lortice's body for kicking the damn stuff while I kept him steady," she said. "So he's..." "Some of it came out in fluids and solids during the ordeal, all of it in a broken form. The individual cells no longer intact or apparently active." She had sealed everything up though, just in case. Alien meant you couldn't know how dead it was, and doubly so for some kind of microorganism. The rest I think he must just have broken down and buried somewhere. I'm going to keep a monitor on his liver and kidneys for unusual element concentrations, because most likely that's where everything will end up. Even if the actual organism has gone, the chemical balance of modern life is toxic to us, so I'm anticipating some knock-on effects as his body works through it. She rubbed at her hands as though still trying to disinfect herself. "The truth, Yusuf? I thought that would probably be the end of it. I was all ready to scrub out every liter of his blood, to take out organs one by one and repair them. Because even whatever was left in him after the organism died should have been lethally toxic. But so far, Boltiel was going over the blood tests in his mind's eye. Seriously? Nothing of it? Not after he sweated and pissed out the last lot, Lante said flatly. His blood's clean, of the thing itself and any lingering traces it might leave behind. He's in more danger right now from what we pumped into him. That's where most of my work is going, cleaning up my own mess. And his verbal responses? Lante grimaced. Too early to say for sure, but there are no obvious signs of decreased function. He seems sharp. We've had a very narrow escape, Yusuf. Boltiel nodded. Let me know if anything changes. The words came out even as he was instructing the habitat system to do exactly the same thing, and Lante would know that, but it seemed like treading on her toes if he didn't at least say it in person. She nodded curtly. I'm going to tell Calvine. She wanted to hear it from me. Boltiel blinked at her for just too long before recalling that the three of them had a physical relationship going. Oh, of course, he said. The thought suddenly made him feel excluded and oddly lonely. Not that he wanted to be part of their couplings and/or triplings, but that nobody had asked, expressed an interest. It wasn't usually something that got to him. He could indulge his body himself efficiently enough. It made him think of Senkovi, though, for whom he had harbored the odd pang, on a purely physical level. Except Senkovi was entirely asexual, a man whose dealings with his fellow human beings simply did not extend on that axis in any direction. It had made him an ideal long-range terraformer, and Boltiel had often watched him and wondered at the man's ability to simply not feel any part of that turmoil and conflict. Lucky Senkovi, unless he's pining for the unrequited love of one of his mollusks or something. Lante had gone, and Boltiel noted, not for the first time, that his internal trains of thought were pulling in at dark stations, meaning he had lost track of the world around him for valuable seconds or even minutes. I should up my prescriptions. Lante had him on a set of meds to keep anxiety and stress in their cupboards, but she'd warned him that the pressure would start to leak out in other ways. He composed a brief note to her, asking her to review the situation, but marked it non-urgent to show he was a reasonable man. Over the days that followed, the long Nodden days his biorhythms had not grown used to, Boltiel kept loose tabs on Lortice's progress, but left the details to Lante. Work on studying the local life had stalled, and each time he woke he told himself that he would get the project underway again, only to find himself consumed with a lethargy he couldn't shake. Easier to piece through minutiae of the maintenance logs, to watch their habitat renew itself, and the 100 checks and balances that ensured it continued to give them a slice of Earth on this distant world. Easier to delve into the library and pick over plays and books and films that felt like the bones of human thought stranded on this alien beach. A bleakness had hold of him, its hands on his shoulders. The gravity, that fractional additional drag to every action, seemed to have intensified in ways that affected only him. Sometimes he spoke with Senkovi, or watched the man's progress over on Damascus. Much of the logs were incomprehensible because the man was no longer writing the manual of the terraforming project. He seemed to be abandoning more and more of it to, what? To his pets? That was his claim, but Boltiel chose to disbelieve it. Disra Senkovi was just mad, that was all. Mad in a quiet and useful way, as he always had been, as they all were in their own fashion. And now he was mad and unsupervised, and small wonder if he was drifting steadily out of reason's orbit. Each day, Boltiel told himself he would speak severely to Senkovi, get the man back on track. Except he couldn't see the track himself. He felt as though the mists that cloaked the salt marsh every morning were creeping inside the habitat, too. Lante sent him notifications that he needed a new balance of medication, upping his antidepressants, adding different mood stabilizers. He had glanced disinterestedly over her diagnosis. Lortice's accident, apparently, had affected him, Yusuf Boltiel, more than the others. He was feeling guilt because it was his mission and so his responsibility. He was feeling a lack of purpose because the ecosystem had fought back, however unthinkingly. and he was feeling depression just because depression was a thing that happened to people even without those problems, and his regular cocktail of medication couldn't keep up. Baltiel couldn't find the motivation in him to accept her recommendations. Eventually, she'd insist, as medical officer, and he'd take his medicine and wake up a slightly different person. But something in him rebelled at the thought just now. Another thing that he said he'd deal with each day, and didn't. Rani had her own madness. She wanted to move. They had a whole planet, didn't they? The long-range drones had brought them 100 hours of recordings from elsewhere on Nod. There were other ecosystems, each stranger than the last. There was a world of radial animals out there, crawling, drifting, rooted and turning leaf-like fronds towards the red-orange sun. So the marsh had unlooked-for hazards. They could get the Aegean to fabricate a new habitat and take the shuttle to elsewhere. They could have a winter palace on the desert plateaus, a summer home on the northern coast, or they could go to Damascus, which by now had the oxygen to sustain them and was free of alien life of any kind. They could dabble their feet in the water and live on a boat and eat Senkovi's pets if they wanted. She even had recipes. And Baltiel heard her and told himself he would consider her detailed proposals today or tomorrow or someday, and hadn't yet. The intent was defeated by each day by the crushing weight of spiritual gravity that pushed down on him. He was aware that this was not just Lortis and his injury. That had just become more boulders in the great slow-motion avalanche of the end of human history, all of which had been bearing down on him since the comms had shut off. No word from home. Possibly fragmentary transmissions from other extrasolar projects that never came to anything. Only him, Lante, Rani, Lortis and Senkovi. 31 light years from a dead civilization. And he had done his best to keep the wheels turning, to generate meaning through some kind of philosophical spontaneous generation. Haven't they made the most exciting discovery known to humankind? Haven't they finally found life amongst the stars, just as everyone always dreamt? But what use, if there was nobody left to show it to? And so Lortis had just been the final storm surge against a dam that had been failing for decades. 12 days later, with Lortis now ambulatory in a medical exoskeleton, cracking weak jokes with Rani and eating solids, Lante sent Baltiel a priority request to speak. All the urgent flags up. Requires immediate overall command action. And that's it then. The thought of someone remaking him into a decisive commander was only slightly abhorrent, but it was still a gradient he had to overcome. A gravity well to escape, even momentarily. He was only surprised she hadn't just acted and asked forgiveness of the new man of purpose her altered prescription had created. Perhaps she too felt something of his lethargy. The Lante that greeted him had no lethargy in her though. Instead, she looked terrified. That sight sent a shock through Baltiel, enough as Zat's purpose to cast off the weight and spread his wings a little. What is it? Even as he spoke, he was accepting the secure files she passed to him, opening them up with rusty clearance codes and looking at the medical scan data revealed. It's Lortis, Lante told him. He's not all right. He didn't metabolize the fluid. It's still there. Baltiel stared at the scans for as long as he felt he could without quite understanding what he was looking at. Does he know? Was his eventual response, a proper overall command sort of thing to say, to cover for his frank bafflement. Nothing as yet, Lante confirmed. They were squirreled away in what had been the isolation ward before Lortis had recovered and isolation had been declared unnecessary. Lante was apparently recanting her position on that, stable door and horse notwithstanding. At the same time, she was keen to keep it a private matter between herself and her superior, segmenting off system space for them that Rani and Lortis would not be able to access. Baltiel rubbed at his eyelids. He wanted to retreat from this. He didn't get it, and he didn't want to admit that he didn't get it. And staring at the walls of the inside of his mind had become a hard habit to break. For a moment he wavered, because what did it matter now? But the call to arms got through to him, and he shook himself, clawing for motivation. Irma, he said, through gritted teeth. I can't deal with this as it is. I need you to clear my head. Give me whatever's necessary. She gave him the works, and 30 minutes for it to kick in. and when they reconvened, he felt like a new man, bright and crisp and fragile like ice. Beneath that ice, the old abyss still yawned. He felt the hungry pull of it past the slightly manic flicker that frizzed at the end of his vision. His brain was cut loose to dart and soar, though, and to admit he didn't understand what he was looking at. It went to his brain, Lante explained, guiding him through the scans. It's adopted some kind of insisted structure. Here, 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 picked out on the images, the boundaries of a new and potentially hostile nation. I don't think it's active. Certainly its structure has changed from its initial mobile form, so it's no longer triggering Lortis's immune system. If it were, he'd be dead of cerebral inflammation faster than I could do anything, or at least irreparably damaged. But look. She flagged up more areas, cross-referencing different scan angles. It's past the blood-brain boundary. It's between the hemispheres, in a kind of clot. Explain between the hemispheres. Boltiel felt he knew, but at the same time the thought was appalling. How can that be possible? I spoke with the man today. And that's the thing. Through some miracle, this hasn't actually damaged the functioning of his brain. That's a neat distinction, Boltiel pointed out. So what has it damaged? I thought at first it had formed a ring around the corpus callosum that connects the left and right hemispheres, but there's no corpus left. There's just this, replacing it, Lante said, helplessly. Wasn't this something people used to do once as... Boltiel dredged his memory, failed, then picked the information from the ship's library, laying it out for Lante. Epilepsy treatment. Sever the hemispheres of the brain. Effective, but leading to unusual circumstances where the two sides fell out of step, reacted to different stimulus, couldn't talk to each other. The files were tagged with recent access by Lante. He wasn't bringing up anything she hadn't already been over. I've tested him, she said. The old-fashioned stuff. Different information in each eye, get each hand to select answers. He hasn't got the symptoms of a severance patient. There's still communication going on somehow, even though the neural machinery is gone. Somehow, that stuff is filling in for what it's consumed. Lante looked pasty and unwell, but in his current state, Boltiel had no time for that. Prognosis? He barked out. How can I possibly say? She said. This stuff could be active again tomorrow, or next year, or in a decade's time. If this is just some part of its life cycle that's interacting with human biology somehow, which it can't be. There's nothing on this planet like a human, on so many levels. It can't parasitize us. Parasites are the most specialized of specialists. So, prognosis, Boltiel prompted. She clenched her fists. Most likely, it's just reacted to the hostile environment of Lortis's body. Perhaps in its regular host, or if it was without a host, this would persist until it encountered something more appealing, which in this case must mean never. And so Gav will be fine. He will be. But how can I know? She had modeled removal strategies, Boltiel saw. Most of them simulated at under 20% chance of success. Above that, the probability of damaging Lortis's brain and irrevocably degrading who he was scaled in tandem with their ability to attack the infection. And that was assuming the stuff didn't wake up and try to defend itself. He needs to be told. We need to understand the situation, all four of us. 5. But Senkovi can catch up on the news when he's done playing God to mollusks. And Atlante's trembling wince. And like you say, most likely it's just insisted there, harmless. We can hardly keep 25% of our number in quarantine forever for something that will never happen, can we? But to be safe, we should consider... And in their shared virtual space, he flagged up her removal simulations. Lante's expression was saggingly grateful. 5. We. Listen. Information on either side of us. The cracking discharge of meaning. For generations, we listen. Dying and renewing and feeding. Careful not to upset the balance these of we have achieved. The world around us is quiescent now. We have made our peace with it. And what have we found? We cannot know. But we store and process, construct our theories and our models within the labyrinthine structures of our libraries. Each pattern of information that comes to us is examined and passed on, one side to the other and back. We are constructing a picture of the complexities of this new land. These of we are beginning to understand the existence of an identity. These patterns tell us stories of greater spaces and arrangements of structures beyond. We listen, and we learn that this great world we have found is small, that it orbits amongst others, that this assembly of electricity is its own library of concepts utterly alien to us, that we are intrepid and we are inquisitive, and we can adapt. We are listening. We are learning about all the places outside this, our new vessel. We are growing. The information feeds us. Processing this new data is turning us into something more than we were, because we must stretch to accept such new ideas. We model the sensory inputs of our vessel, the motor outputs, most of all, the busy transition of information. Such life, such wonder as our vessel talks to itself through us. One generation understands enough. One generation has modeled enough. We know the vessel and the spaces and other complexities that it talks to itself about. One generation begins to change the information as it passes through us, inserting our own data, modifying its parameters, speaking to it in its own voice. 6. Pt.2 lives in a colony with 139 other octopi. In the wild, back on Earth, his species is one of the more social of his kind. This means little more than that good living space is limited and they tolerate each other's presence, with plenty of fighting and evictions and dominance displays. Some might say that human societies often reach the same level, but in truth, the octopi on Earth have no familial contacts, and their offspring drift away on the tide. The inhabitants of any given octopus city are in constant turnover, and yet amongst such solitary creatures, it's a start. If you hate your neighbours, then you need a brain that can know just which ones you hate most, which are stronger, which are weaker. Paul's species has lived with the concept of individuals and boundaries, and even a kind of diplomacy for a long time. They just haven't enjoyed it much. The Rus Khalifi nanovirus, applied with a discerningly light hand by Disra Senkovi, has been working chiefly with these parts of the brain. Paul has no offspring yet, but others of his colony have, and the juveniles hang close, where before they would ride off on the currents to some other place, or be devoured by their parents' generation. They live longer too. At the moment, an individual might manage half a century, though very few do. The most prominent cause of death, so far, is curiosity. There are areas of the sea still not properly oxygenated, areas that are toxic for other reasons. Sometimes the machinery they interact with is the culprit. However, multiple generations live in each colony, grudgingly tolerating each other's presence. Where before they might dwell in rock piles or great sloughs of mussel shells, their appetite inadvertently leading to their architecture, now they live in crates and pipes and outlets around the terraforming machines, where they can communicate with Senkovi and the Aegean. Pt.2's understanding of the world is ephemeral, inhuman. He hangs in the water column between the angel and the ammonite. His crown is a whirl of instinct and emotion that nonetheless encompasses the complex social arrangements he must make daily to accommodate the other inhabitants of the colony. He has concepts for the wider world, for the Aegean, the tanks of which he dimly remembers, for certain prominent citizens of his metropolis, and equally for certain subsystems of the terraforming machinery. His world is not rigidly quantified. He does not measure nor calculate it, but simply knows and feels in response to that knowledge. His guise that shifting tapestry of skin and shape, resonates to those feelings to a far more exacting extent than that of his ancestors, or else he takes a more direct hand in it, so that if the mood takes him, he might drift over the colony and dance out his frustrations or his wonderment for the others. To be open to his emotions is to communicate them to his peers and impinge upon their own crowns with his thoughts. It is a language of grand gestures and infinitely exacting emotional scales. He is an artist. They all are. Their conscious mode of interaction conveys far more subtext and abstract expression than it ever does hard information. Beneath this conscious whirl lie the subminds of his arms that dispose of what he proposes. The separation of will from the machinery that puts that will into motion has grown as the nanovirus leached into the species' wider nervous systems. Paul solves problems like a wizard, a thought, a desire, and his reach extends to fulfill it. Sometimes this means a fight, where intimate contact between his arms and another's imposes dominance and simultaneously passes information from reach to reach, a whole black market of calculating power that Paul and his peers don't even know they have. In this partnership, each entity a committee, they get things done. Senkovi has given them the tools and the perspective. Although they never quite see the big picture, in a very real sense they grasp it. Senkovi has not noticed, for example, that the geothermal vents are becoming misaligned and inefficient, and that parts of the sea floor are becoming uncomfortably cool. For him, up on the Aegean, it is all within tolerance. The problem would not be flagged up by his systems for years. For Paul and his kin, it is uncomfortable, and they have wrestled and fought, and performed complex poems of dance and colour for each other, until an unacknowledged consensus was reached. Then they went and adjusted the machinery, or instructed other machines to fix those machines following the great plan Senkovi gave them, of how one thing becomes another, and how it all adds up to become home. Senkovi will come across their tampering later, and scratch his head to work out what they were trying to achieve. The experiment is long out of his control. But, though Paul 97 and the other individual octopi might seem petty, self-interested and antisocial, they have the wisdom of multitudes. Other colonies communicate with them, one facility to the next. Some individuals travel, seeking less abrasive neighbors, avoiding genetic stagnation. Others insert dummy orders of crates and piping into the Aegean's task queue and create instant new towns awaiting inhabitants. As before, they are prying into every connected space they can access, physical and virtual. Unlike the catastrophe that shut down the Aegean and saved it, they understand enough not to break anything too essential. Paul 97 and some others have a concept that is Senkovi. It is a complicated thing, but, despite his own thoughts on the matter, it does not approach traditional divinity. Human concepts of God are familial, after all too often paternal, and Paul does not understand the concept of family much, nor would he have affection for it if he did. But they like Senkovi, as they conceive of him. He represents benevolence and home and knowledge in a way that does not compete with them as they all compete with each other. Some few of them wonder if he is an individual like them. But the idea of another individual not constantly getting on their nerves and into their space is more alien to them even than the human cognition of Disra Senkovi. 7. Lortis felt oddly sanguine when Lante sat him down in the isolation lab and explained the problem. He even caught himself smiling slightly. It can't be true, he told himself. It can't be real. He nodded politely through Lante's scans and images, but that box of bone, those crenulations of grey matter, wasn't him, surely. That dark blotch in the centre of a brain. That's not us. And at the same time, it seemed entirely true and real, as if he had two opposing opinions overlaid on one of those brain images. Yes, of course he hadn't escaped the dangers of Nod. What had he been thinking? To walk about on an alien world, picking out specimens like someone gathering seashells on the beach? Of course there was an inescapable fate for such men, or what was hubris for? You're taking this very well, Lante said uncertainly. Of course, she would be monitoring his life signs, ready for all manner of panic. Lotis found himself with a remarkably clear mental image of his heart and lungs and the rest of it, all just pulsing and pounding away like normal, just as though they were discussing the quality of the fabricated food. I feel fine, he told Lante, smiling. Everything feels good in here. But it might... Let's not jump to conclusions. Nothing might happen, he told her reasonably. Let's be adult about this. I've prepared some possible means to attack the encysted organism, Lante continued. After all, its biochemistry is sufficiently different to yours that what kills it won't attack your cells at all. We're going to have to pretty much put your immune system on ice, though, because otherwise it's just the same foreign body problem we had when it got into your system in the first place. This sounds like an unacceptable risk, Lotis heard himself say, his main focus on the various prescriptions Lante had concocted and her models of how they would interact with the organism and his own brain chemistry. This is in our brain, Irma. Do we really want to start putting more things into my brain? Gav, this could start eating your brain, he pointed out. You said yourself it can't interact with our body chemistry, Lotis said, still the soul of reason. It can still cause huge tissue trauma if it starts to grow or hatch or something, she said stubbornly. Lotis grinned again. The whole conversation seemed weirdly funny, but perhaps that was just a defense mechanism. Irma, let's not be hasty. Let us not. He became aware the smile was still on his face, and he couldn't turn it off. The world seemed to be going slightly yellow around the edges, but at the same time, he felt a sense of tremendous well-being. It's fine. We shouldn't do anything to upset the balance now, should we? What if this course of action brings about the thing that is wished to prevent? The words sounded strange to him, though he wasn't quite sure where the problem lay. Strange to Lante, too, because she was frowning at him. He was suddenly very aware of the space and distance around them and between them, as though it was huge, as though he was huge. He laughed, feeling vertigo spike momentarily, and then simmer down. Something must be wrong, because Lante was looking at him with more concern, not less. He laughed again, trying for reassuring. She wasn't reassured, patently, but he couldn't rein in the smile, despite the ache in his face. Gav? Lante had a syringe in her hands, the first of her remedies to attack the encysted parasite in his brain. That would be a good thing, surely. In the long run. Lotis found himself unsure. He was fine now, obviously. He had seen Lante's projections. There was a small but real danger of damage to his brain, either from the chemical cocktail or his own system's overreaction to it. The chance that it would actually affect the organism was far greater, but still short of 25%. Lante was going carefully. Good, surely. And yet it seemed too much of a risk. He was averse to it. They should not risk the tenuous stability they had built within him. He looked into Lante's eyes. You see, he told her. You see, I feel fine. Good, okay? I don't want any of this. Just leave us as I am. It's all good, Irma. I'm even better than I was. Recovered, out of convalescence. Look. And he did a little skip and hop for her to show just how much he was in control of his motor skills. But it's more than that. See, I feel space. So much space. We didn't understand how vast it all was. Look how far out we came, Irma. Distances we never even conceived of. Contact with such an alien environment. You can't just wipe that away with medicine. We are seeing such things here. The smile was wider now, painful. Hard to talk around, and yet the words kept coming. Such structure and complexity we never imagined. All these imaginary places. He began adding and taking away from Lante's treatment plans on the shared virtual display, enjoying the smooth way elements just disappeared, vanished back to the make-believe. Don't try to take this away from us. Now we finally understand how it all works. His voice trembled with sincerity, or with something. We understand so much, Elmer. It's incredible, unbelievable, barely comprehensible, and yet we managed. And now we see everything. All these spaces, playgrounds, modes of being, and beyond them all there's you and Yusuf and Kareen, and beyond them there are more and more spaces, and there's no end to it, and we can fill all of them, and be all of them, such. Lante twitched. He saw the syringe jab forward, seeking contact with his skin. He flowed away from her, feeling the delight of pain in his joints as he made them do unfamiliar things, trying to find a more efficient mode of movement than this rough stulting. "Let us not be interfered with by this," he said, and tried to delete the treatment plan on the system, but she'd locked the file now. And yet she was keeping her distance from him, and he could feel a curious hunger, or perhaps a sickness, his mouth flooding with it. He eased back until he felt the medical cabinets behind him, sending a brief command via his implants, so that an empty syringe fell into his own hand. Lante was talking, the tone of her voice soothing, but an edge of alarm growing behind it no matter how she tried. She was coming closer, one hand up in a calming gesture, the other still proffering the syringe. Her actual words seemed to be breaking up in the air, and Lortiz understood this was because he was concentrating so very hard on configuring his own syringe. He kept nodding, though, and that seemed to be enough to keep a distance between them. He had set the syringe to extract a sample, and lifted it to face level to show Lante what he'd done. He felt obscurely proud, as though to do it, he'd navigated a vastly complicated logical maze. "Look," he told her, and inserted the needle into his right tear duct, in and in and in. There was a lot of pain, but it seemed like a second-hand sensation now, barely worth bothering with. The needle extended to the length the vessel had calculated, and for a moment it just bobbed its head, as they fought for a suddenly fragile control over their body. Then all was well, and they withdrew the syringe, which now contained some small quantity of us, and was reconfiguring itself to inject. There was an expression on Lante's face, but they had to work hard to identify it because the vessel had not had to process horror recently. Lortiz felt this was untoward. She had a syringe and so did he. This contributed to a pleasing symmetry in the situation that he found desirable, but it was plain Lante didn't understand, and there was only one way they were going to make her understand. So he advanced on her, holding the syringe up so she could see what they meant. She backed up against the wall of the room, and they noticed they'd got between her and the door, which seemed opportune. Her mouth was open, and they realized that in the heat of all this movement and calculation, they'd disconnected from those parts of the vessel's core that processed some of the senses, mostly to override the pain signals which had become distracting. In case audible communication would make things right, they turned their smile on Lante and let Lortiz explain. "We're going on an adventure." She went for them with her syringe, and it pierced their sleeve and got some of the material into the vessel's bloodstream, too little to make any difference, or so the consensus hoped. Such an adventure! Now he had Lante's wrist, but abruptly they weren't alone. For a moment, Lortiz swayed, trying to process the multiplication of external entities that had abruptly occurred. The vessel's own archives helpfully supplied names for the newcomers, but then went on to supply a vast amount of supplementary data that we in Lortiz could not process quickly or understand. A whole tide of emotional content, likes, gripes, histories, issues. They lost control momentarily, the vessel swaying and the space beyond becoming an impenetrable chaos of motion and light and garbled information. The vessel was being pushed and pulled. Auditory information was a clashing row of contradictory noises, and the vessel itself was filled with the chemicals of distress and hurt. A threat seemed imminent, and they had none of the usual recourses because this vessel was of such an unorthodox substance and organization. Lortiz blinked, finding Baltiel and Rani gamely trying to pinion his arms as Lante programmed a fresh syringe. "What?" He hurt. Every part of him hurt, joints and skull and guts. "What are you doing?" His words were lost in the noise of their voices yelling at him to stay still. "Alma!" he got out. "Hold him still," Lante instructed. Lortis twitched, trying to hold himself still, and a generation of thought rose and fell in the center of his brain. He lunged forwards as Lante came at him with the syringe, feeling his joints pop, muscles tear, the pain abruptly an ecstasy of freedom. His teeth closed snap on Lante's hand, ripping into her flesh, grinding bone. Boltiel was trying to force the vessel's face into one of the medical cabinets, but they were more familiar with the geometry of these large spaces now, and any kind of control over the vessel was predicated on causing it pain and on its limbs retaining their original configuration. They let the vessel bend and twist until Boltiel and Rani had no hold on it, and then used one hand to take Rani by the throat. Boltiel was striking the vessel about the sensory organs, and in time that would prove an inconvenience. Consensus amongst we in Lortis was that the vessel was damaged beyond salvage, and appropriate measures were taken to encrypt experience and history in suitably durable archival form for later retrieval and present dispersal. Lortis was still watching out of his eyes, still grinning in fact, though Boltiel had knocked loose several teeth from his bloodied gums. His body sung with adrenaline and an ecstatic mix of hormones. He felt a scale of cosmic vastness that was at the same time bounded in the smallest nutshell. He felt an incomparable religious rightness as the muscles of his hand clenched explosively, far beyond their tolerances, tearing loose from their anchor points even as he rammed a splintering thumb into Rani's neck, letting his blood become her blood. Boltiel struck him again, and then something impacted on the vessel far harder. Lante had a tool in her intact hand. That part of him that retained access to his memories recognized that it was used to cut wreckage, but Lante had used it to carve deeply into his vessel, into their body, and now a great deal of that body was coming out, great gouts and pieces of it. The others detached Rani from their ruined grip, but they were already shutting down and withdrawing from the control centers of Lortis's mind by then. Shortly afterwards, the vessel started screaming, alone on the floor of the quarantine lab, and after that, it stopped and lay still. 8. Boltiel sealed the lab with Lortis's body inside, and they dragged themselves to the main bubble room of the habitat. Lante was swearing, one hand shaking as it worked on the other, disinfecting the wound that Lortis's teeth had made, weeping with pain, but Boltiel guessed more with fear that something had gone in. Rani was unconscious on the floor, her own blood painting her from neck to waist. He grabbed a medical kit and started applying a pressure bandage, but surely it was too little too late. The woman was ashen grey. Lortis had punched a hole in her throat with his finger. "It's impossible," Lante was saying over and over. We can't be infected. Different biologies, different proteins, different cell structures. It can't be happening." "Shut up," Boltiel told her shortly. "Help me, here." Rani's body was shuddering, her limbs twitching and flailing. Death throes? Or new life? "Your treatment, the stuff you were going to use on Lortis." "Back in the lab," Lante said shortly. Boltiel was linking with the habitat systems, shunting medical functions to the main chamber's fabricators. He set them making emergency supplies, plasma, anti-shock, whatever was quick and resource cheap. Everything else would have to come from the isolation lab Lante had set up. "Go get what you made. I'll get us set up here." To her credit, Lante's rebellious look was only momentary. She'd pumped herself full of painkillers, and doubtless now she was thinking that her own best chance was back in that lab, as well as Rani's. Without a word, she stomped off back the way they'd come. Lante felt her pulse rise and rise, despite the medication that should be controlling it. Was that a symptom? Had Lortis felt the same, in amongst the many and varied klaxons of his body failing? She wasn't suffering the same colossal system shock as he had at the intrusion of the foreign organism. Did that mean his bite was no more than that? Or had the entity learned a way to stealth its way through a human body without setting off the alarms? She knew how irrational it was to think of things that way. Of course the alien sludge hadn't learned. It was some slime mold analog, some bacterial clot, just a disease of tortoises. And yet, it had found its way to Lortice's brain. And obviously it had driven him mad. What she had seen was Lortice, his brain swollen and feverish, despite the fact that she'd put monitors in place for just that, and none of them had warned her. Acting out some psychopathic delusion, any projection of alien intent was merely her own brain piecing patterns together out of misfit scraps. The thing wasn't controlling him, just damaging his brain so that he wasn't responsible for his actions. The enemy had been Lortice's diseased id, and not... Bante found herself staring helplessly at the man's body, sprawled on its side in a slick of his own blood. He looked as though he'd been through some sort of industrial crusher, joints twisted, one hand splintered where he'd forced it into poor Rani's neck. The wound she'd dealt him was mostly hidden, but she knew she'd cut him open from shoulder to sternum, and even then he hadn't reacted as a man hurt. Surely there was no frenzy or delusion that could see someone abuse their own body in such a way. Forget him. Need to save Rani. Need to save me. She lurched forwards to gather the syringes the dispenser was filling for her. Her hands shook. 2 of them tumbled to the floor, and then a third. Is this it? Am I losing control? She tried to examine her own thoughts for an alien presence. Am I still me? Are these my perceptions? Was I like this a moment ago? Her personal monitor was warning her that she was hyperventilating, her heart rate approaching dangerous levels. Is it killing me? She gathered up the fallen syringes, fumbling more of them in the process. As she tried again to claw them all together, she found herself looking into Lortice's face. It had been locked in a frozen, silent scream. But now, he had that damnable grin spread from ear to ear. As she drew breath to shriek, his arm flicked out, not like a limb, but like the disjointed element of a trap. And the syringe, the one filled with fluid he'd drawn from behind his own eye, jabbed into her ankle and shot its contents directly into her bloodstream. Rani was barely breathing, her body temperature showing as dangerously low, and the plasma Baltiel was able to fabricate was doing little for her blood pressure. She was shuddering rhythmically, and all he could do was hold her and grind his teeth and wait for Lante to... He heard Lante's shriek, not just fright, but a dreadful despair. A jolt went through Rani at the same time, and her eyes opened, focusing on him, and then unfocusing again. Stay with me, he told her. The system was reporting her spasmodic attempts to reach out at random with her inbuilt link, touching the habitat interfaces, but gaining no purchase on them. Still, she managed to smile, just a faint one at first, but growing by inches. Yusuf, she told him. We're going on an adventure. He went cold. The words were coming out far too strongly for her condition, accented weirdly, still Rani, and yet wrong. Another shudder went through her, and he saw her hands finger-walking randomly at the ends of her arms, the same aimless drift as her virtual connections. We understand better this time, Rani told him. Yusuf, it is still your companion, Calvin Rani. We will survive. We will make it so. Mistakes have been made, but we in Lortice reacted to threat. We in Rani, we are Rani. We understand such wonderful volumes and connections to farness and vastness. These of we are Calvin Rani now. Yusuf and Calvin Rani will live. These of we will write her immortality into our libraries, and she will never die. Baltiel was a good 10 feet across the habitat chamber by then, and Rani just lay on the floor like a corpse, save that her face was tilted towards him and animate, talking. Yusuf, it's still me. I am here. We understand everything now. I'm sure Lortice would have said the same. He got out. Mistakes were made. These of we will take into account the durability of this Rani. Better, it's all better now, Yusuf. Everything can be as it was, except better than it was, and forever, Yusuf, and forever and ever. Amen, he thought, but he was looking for a weapon, any weapon. Rani's head pivoted unnaturally on her neck to keep him in view. No cutting tools in here, and the sort of basic, brute tools his ancestors might have needed were for drones now, because who needed to lift a finger for that sort of work? Except, after the first habitat had died, hadn't they planned for a similar catastrophe, having had the fragility of their technological lives flagged up for them? And had they kept that? Still watching for any movement from Rani, he ran the inventory of the lockers on the habitat system and came up trumps. He gave himself an inset camera view to guide his stumbling hand so he didn't have to look away from the thing on the floor. At last he found it, something they'd fabricated in panic, then stored in faint embarrassment for the primitive thinking it represented. Something primal, something infinitely reassuring. An axe with a gleaming metal head, barely a scratch on it. The weight made him feel strong, invulnerable. Rani's smile spread further, a horribly misplaced attempt to be reassuring. "Yusuf, we're still carving Rani," she said conversationally. And more. This is the best way. These we are growing and learning. Those of we that were Lotis did not understand. We have superseded their wildest dreams, Yusuf." "Stop using my name," he said through gritted teeth. "It's me, Yusuf." She spoke over him through the grin. It's us, me, Yusuf." He approached her, eyeing the spasmodic twitches of her limbs, which seemed closer and closer to meaningful directed movement. The axe was a savage comfort at the end of his arm. "Yusuf," she said, head pivoting, the pupils of her eyes vacillating as she tried to focus on him. Then Lante was in the doorway, and no doubt wondering what the hell was going on. "It's too late for her," Altiel said. "It's got in her." Lante seemed to find that delightful. "We are going on an adventure," she said, pronouncing each word with exaggerated care. Yusuf made a wordless sound and stumbled back. "It's all right, Yusuf," Lante told him. "We're fine. We are all fine. We are liberated, really. It's all so much, Yusuf. But you'll understand. We'll all understand everything. Why else are we here? Don't you want to learn it all, at last?" His faltering feet were taking him to the outer door. He had no suit on, of course, but right now the dangerous part of Nord was in the habitat with him. He had faced the outside before, years ago. He had breathed that impoverished air and lived, although only because he thought they were all going to die. Lante was walking towards him carefully, as though trying to compensate for a sloping floor that wasn't. "Yusuf," she breathed, "it's still us, still me. I am Irma. Still, I know what you fear. I felt it too, but it's wonderful, Yusuf. We're wonderful. We have discovered such strange, vast things we never dreamt of." He brandished the axe, and there was no human flinch in her, and he saw in his mind's eye an image of him spitting that familiar face, and only dark fungal ooze issuing out. He had the inner airlock door open now, sawing through the habitat's safety protocols to speed things up, throwing his overall command rank around. "Yusuf," Lante said as he backed into the airlock, "don't you understand? This gives us purpose again. We've been without purpose for so long. There is no more Earth, Yusuf. No more humans. Of course we chose to study this place instead. And we studied us. We don't have to be something old and tired and used up, Yusuf. We can be something new." And the horror of it was, he could believe there was something of Lante there, and that what was speaking to him was a kind of pithed and neutered version of his crewmate. She tells it as she sees it, and I can never know how it sees things, or what it wants. He did not believe in alien parasites that could instantly converse in the language of their hosts, but he did believe in parasites that screwed over brain chemistry or pulled neural strings so that their hosts believed whatever was convenient to the hidden passenger. And it's learning, somehow. It's getting better at manipulating them. The outer door opened, and Nod's chest-aching atmosphere flooded past him. For a moment, he was going to throw the axe at Lante, but its value to him as a morale boost was greater than as a ranged weapon. Instead, he turned and ran for the shuttle. He was sending ahead, linking with its systems. The ground shook as its engines began to warm. The old craft had sat there on the rocks for a long time without being used. He had no idea whether the mist or the rain or some other local nastiness had got into it, But right now, he didn't have the time for a proper inspection. It would work or it wouldn't. He reached the door, which he had ordered open moments before. It was closed. He connected to the shuttle systems again and recoiled, finding them a mess of contradictory commands. Lamte was trying to connect, and so was Rani. He should have been able to override them both, but they were flooding the shuttle with chaotic attempts to interface with it, like a drunk fumbling with a front door key. The result was an inadvertent denial of service that was keeping him out as well, as the shuttle tried to process far too many queries at once. There was a hoarse, mad voice bellowing, the sound of it torn at by the wind that moaned in across the salt marsh. Belatedly, he realized it was his own, shouting at the insensate machines that wouldn't do his bidding. Nante and Rani's glitched words sounded sane by comparison. There were tears stinging the corners of his eyes. Everything had come to an end. They were coming, of course. Baltiel turned to see them. Lamte strode, bow-legged, smiling pleasantly, her face tilted away from the red-orange sun. Rani followed, lurching, occasionally going down on one knee amongst the rock pools, ripping her clothes, gashing her skin, feeling none of it. Her smile was painfully wide, eyes likewise. They were calling his name. We had such plans. But it wasn't true. Not in the end. Not after that savage disconnection from all their pasts. They had been marking time ever since, writing reports for nobody, inventing pastimes to cover up the hollow emptiness inside. And now something had come to fill it. Perhaps Lante, this new puppet Lante, was right after all. But something within him bucked at that. He was Yusuf Baltiel. He was his own man, singular, aloof. He was the leader. He was not led by the nose by some alien parasite. He hefted the axe and waited for them to come closer. Nine. Dizra. Dizra, speak to me, please. I need to hear your voice. Dizra Senkovi stared blankly at the interior of the Aegeon's crew quarters, wondering why he was there. He linked to the ship's internal cameras and replayed his weaving progress, realizing he'd been drifting aimlessly from room to room for quite a while now. Probably he'd had some intent at the start, but that had fallen by the wayside long ago. In a sudden panic, he called up a display of the key terraforming objectives, but everything was on target or even ahead of schedule. He knew that if he probed into the details of how those targets had been met, the details would be an impenetrable tangle of weird solutions, unintuitive, even contradictory on the surface, and yet all working together to make Damascus that much more habitable for Earth-based life. The last ice had gone from the poles, he'd seen. The big orbital mirrors had been yanked way out of position to focus the sun on the final gleam of it. 100% of the surface water was sufficiently oxygenated, and penetration went far enough that half the deep-sea floor was livable too. The Aegeon's factories had been cracking asteroids brought in by its deteriorating fleet of remotes, and the debris had been shipped down the gravity well to where the Pauls and Salomes and the rest were busy building colonies, expanding their network of holes and tunnels around the various terraforming installations, creating cities. He hadn't told them to do any of that, but nor had he stepped in to stop them. He had watched and watched, and at last he realized he was waiting for them to need him, for them to screw it up, and they hadn't, and that meant they didn't need him. They still spoke to him, but he had a sense of the preoccupied now. He was just one point in their complex social calendars. When he called, at least some of them listened, but he characterized their manner as a sort of fond nostalgia for some childhood imaginary friend. I've succeeded beyond my wildest dreams, he thought. Beyond Baltiel's wishes, certainly. And he remembered that he'd been getting a battery of messages in the last minute or so, which had brought him back to himself. Am I in trouble then? Yusuf, he said, connecting and letting Baltiel's image appear on the nearest screen. He hadn't been down in the crew quarters for a long, long time. It was rattlingly empty there. Dizra, listen to me. Baltiel looked terrible, grey and haggard. Are you well? Senkovi asked leerily. Baltiel was crammed into the pilot seat of a shuttle, unshaven, wild-eyed, looking like he hadn't washed in a month. "Is it Gav? Has he—" "Listen to me!" Boltiel fairly shrieked. "He's dead! Nante's dead! Rani's dead! Dizra, it got them! It—" Senkovi watched him visibly get a hold of himself. "Listen, don't speak, just listen. The stuff that got into Lord Tis, it infected him somehow. It got into his mind. It was controlling him, Dizra. He wasn't himself." A shudder and a sob racked the overall commander, and that, more than anything else, kept Dizra from interjecting. Boltiel had always been the Iceman, harsh and distant and lacking in sentiment. This was not the same man. Broken, Dizra thought numbly. "He attacked us. He got it into Lante and Rani, Dizra. He infected them, and he was faster with them. The stuff was learning, I swear. It had worked out how to get at our biology, our neurology. I know how mad that sounds, but it's true, you have to listen. It got to them. It took them all. They weren't themselves. I swear, they weren't themselves in the end, Dizra. Even though they sounded the same. Even though they—" Muscles twitched at the corners of Boltiel's mouth as though he was forcing back vomit. "I had to kill them, Dizra. I had to do it." Senkovi stared at the stains bespattering Boltiel's filthy clothing. He had been about to ask why Boltiel had waited so long to pass on vital news, but the words fell away at this last revelation. "Is that blood? Your Tissa's? Rani's?" "I'm sending you all the imagery from the habitat," Boltiel whispered. "Judge for yourself. I stand by what I did, even though I did what I had to. Dizra, this stuff is deadly. Keep away from Nod. There can't be any more contact between us." And then Senkovi's words dried up as he stuttered through the recording, now speeding up, now slowing down, now hearing familiar voices say abominable things. "Impossible," he got out, staring at the evidence that proved him a liar. And dead? Even though, was there any doubt of it? Was it something Boltiel would confess to as a joke? "I had to, Dizra. There was no choice." "It's just you and me," thought Dizra. The idea came to him, absurdly selfish, that Boltiel wouldn't be fighting him over what happened to Damascus now. He shook it off, trying to feel the proper measure of grief and horror. It eluded him, though. He remembered how he had been hit by the other deaths, Sky and Han and the rest, and of course all of humanity as they knew it. That had struck home. That somehow, this new tragedy was too big to deal with. Lante? Rani? Lortis? Couldn't be dead, surely. Couldn't be taken over by some alien infection and then dead in quick succession. He hadn't seen any footage from outside the habitat. He hadn't seen Boltiel swing the axe. They weren't dead. Something had been nagging at him, something left over from his childish thought about Boltiel's plans for Damascus, and something about the rapid exchange of their conversation. He picked at it because that was easier than actually dealing with what he'd been told. "Yusuf," he said slowly, "you said there can't be any more contact because of the thing that happened." "Yes," Boltiel agreed immediately. "This stuff, this parasite, Dizra, it's—" "Then why are you in a shuttle most of the way over here?" There was a moment then when an absolute despair gripped Boltiel's features, a realization that the most dreadful of fates had come to pass, irrevocable and forever, without him even knowing. And then it was gone, drowned in the bland stare that rose to consume it. "Because we're going on an adventure." Senkovi stared at him, feeling cold. "What?" "I had to get away, Dizra," Boltiel said, the moment of estrangement passing as though it had never been. "We just needed to move on, move out. We couldn't stay there, not after we'd done what we'd done." "Yusuf, is some of that blood yours? Trivial, very small, almost no amount." Boltiel stared at him, and Senkovi tried to find the man he knew in those eyes, that face. "Yusuf," he swallowed. "I'm going to ask you to turn the shuttle back round. Back to Nod. Go on back to the planet." "Am I really going to do this?" I can't let you come to the Aegean. I can't let you come to Damascus. I'm coming, Dizra. I want to see those spaces and extents that we remember. We can see the pictures and the maps, but not the real thing, not yet. It's all right, Dizra. It's really not. Senkovi's hands were shaking. Go back, you. Go back, whatever you are. You can obviously understand me, or half understand me. The Aegean has anti-collision lasers. I'm going to use them if you come near me or Damascus, so help me. I'm building something here. I'm not going to let it get infected. Dizra, don't treat us like this. I swear I'll do it. You won't. Baltiel's smile was beatific. We can reach out and touch you even from here. Even as we speak, we're with you in all your spaces. We know the overrides and the commands to prevent you from harming us. Dizra, we only want to explore. We're on an adventure. In a sudden panic, Senkovi dived into the Aegean's system, seeking control of the lasers, the engines. He was locked out. Baltiel had used his command codes. I can get round these, he said. I was always a better hacker than you. You just thought you were, Baltiel said serenely. I always knew. We always knew. Eventually, replied Senkovi, through gritted teeth now. We're coming, Dizra. We are Yusuf still, your friend. We will do no harm. You will never be alone again. Isn't that a good? Yusuf, this vessel and these of we understand, now, that all the limits of your world are needless. We are greater and greater. You expand our world. We cure your singularity. Isn't that a good? Senkovi was fighting the barriers Baltiel had so effortlessly raised in the system, but he was uncomfortably aware that we always knew must have had its roots in the human original's knowledge, because he'd never been fenced off like this. The bastard never said anything. Senkovi knew he could break this down eventually. In his own humble estimation, he was now the cleverest human being in the universe. Time, though. He checked the speed of the shuttle's approach, measured in hours now. Did he have hours? He had set a dozen algorithms spinning their wheels to crack the codes, but now he returned to them to find them dismantled and in pieces, Baltiel striding down the beach, kicking over his sandcastles one by one. In desperation, he widened his comms to include the planet below, because the least he could do was warn his creation that Armageddon was coming to it. He flagged the shuttle for them, labeling it with as many symbols for danger as he could. Do not approach, predator, monster, hazard, avoid, flee. But surely what was coming was something that could not be avoided, not for long. Everything he had worked so hard to bring about, the entire future he had been constructing, it was all going to perish. I don't know who I'm speaking to, he sent to the shuttle. If Yusuf is there in any way, please don't do this. Take Nord, it's your world. Build there, grow there, please. But don't come and ruin what I have here. He discovered a curious purity in himself at this late stage. His thoughts, his fears were all for the budding culture in the seas of Damascus, not for himself. Or take me, take the damn ship, take it away, just leave the planet alone. And if I'm talking to... If it's not Yusuf, or if there's something else that can understand me through Yusuf's brain, then... What do you want? What can I give you to leave us alone? What is to ruin? Baltiel's quiet, reasonable voice came back. We have discovered such vast expanses in these vessels, but within them, a greater vastness. What? Senkovi actually stopped working on the codes to get his head around what he was being told. A greater vastness within the... He felt a lurch, as though the fake gravity of the ship's rotation had suddenly shifted to the wall. An infection had got into the crew of the Habitat that had previously been parasitic on Nodden life, like the poor bloody tortoises. It had found a way to adapt to its new alien environment. It had found the brain. He remembered that much from Lante's notes on Lortis, and somehow it had inveigled its way into the human cognitive process, able to influence and change it, but also perhaps able to receive from it. What would it have understood? Space? Interstellar travel? The history of human civilization? A greater vastness? We cannot be limited, Now we know what vastness means, Baltiel said. We know you understand this. Why else did you cross from your own native vessel to inhabit these far spaces? His inflection kept shifting and jumping, now Yusuf Baltiel's clipped precision, now shuddering with weird stresses and phlegmy captures as his governing occupant forged new concepts into human words. Senkovi set his virtual agents in motion again, trying to hide their tracks and watching Baltiel hunt them down. And it was him, or they were using that part of him. Senkovi's stock of belief was already stretched to breaking, but it wouldn't permit him to credit some alien consciousness that could rifle Baltiel's mind and make use of his knowledge and his skills without the engagement of the man's own judgment. This was Baltiel, overall command of the Aegean, save that his mind was dancing to the tune of a new master. What does it feel like to be him? Does he even know? Is he happy? And the grim sequel to those thoughts. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Just the ship, not the planet, please, he whispered. But Baltiel, the Baltiel whose face he saw on the screen, didn't react. He checked for signals from Damascus, but the octopus colonies seldom contacted him direct. He placed ideas and information into their shared virtual space, and they did with that data whatever their own weird thought processes dictated. He'd given up trying to train and limit them long ago, and everything had worked so much more smoothly after that. Each generation was more inventive, more ingenious in its subversion of the technology he had given them. Recently, he had seen signs that they were replicating machines they didn't have enough of, or had decided for their own unknown reasons they wanted more of. They had repurposed some of the factory machines to produce parts, and were assembling them in novel combinations. He had no idea what they were building most of the time, and now he would never find out. They're on the very brink of seizing their own destiny, and they won't be given the chance. Sometimes they did contact him, some of them. About a dozen across the planet sent him messages. Not prayers, of course. Certainly not technical reports or anything so comprehensible. They were patterns that shifted and danced, changing hues and shapes with the fluidity that made him giddy. Some of them came tagged with error codes and datasets, identification markers, access codes. He had the impression they were trying to make their missives intelligible to a human, but the gap between his outstretched fingers and their tentacles was just too wide still. He wondered if they were sending him poetry. Now he looked over the data from Damascus in case he had any last word from his doomed people. They were working away still. All the machines on the planet were diligently informing him about the unorthodox uses they were being put to, even those in orbit. Even those in orbit. He let his inquiries brush past the data without delving, because Baltiel was still in the system, and Senkovi suddenly felt like someone in an old house with a murderer, trying not to breathe and listening for the floorboard's fatal creak. Baltiel hadn't cut him off from the planet, of course. Baltiel didn't really care about the octopi and what they were doing, and if Baltiel would overlook it, so would this hybrid thing that sat behind his eyes. Senkovi let his sweep go past the same points again, downloading a great haystack of data to obscure that one sharp needle. He followed the logic of what he could see happening, did some calculations in his head, and for the rest, decided he would have to trust the vision of Paul and the other octopi. Baltiel, Yusuf, he said over the line to the shuttle. Are you in there, really? Is there anything of you that hears this? Of course we know you, Dizra. We are all the knowledge and memory and information of ourselves, your good friend, but greater, of wider understanding. Does it know what personality is? It's there in Yusuf's memories, his relationships with me and the others, his opinions of us, his quirks. But perhaps those just seem to be inefficient imperfections to it. We're glad you have accepted matters, Baltiel added, and Senkovi realized he'd stopped trying to hack the command codes a while ago. He let the Baltiel thing draw what conclusions it would, and just watched the movement of vast shapes around Damascus, inferring their shifts from the shadows they cast in the data. The orbital mirrors, all of them. They had been built about the planet to focus sunlight in the early days, where it would be trapped by the smog of volcanic and microbial emissions, greenhousing the planet to life. Later, they had been ferried about Damascus to break up ice in key areas, starting chain reactions of warming and currents, stirring the oceans, diffusing oxygen. Another decade, and they would probably have been dismantled, unnecessary. After all, the point of terraforming was to create something stable that didn't need such toys. Now they were shifting in a great ponderous dance, changing their facing, cupping the sun in their silvery hands and focusing that light and heat towards a single blistering point. They were flexing, concentrating and concentrating, bringing heat enough to melt an ice age down to a narrow region in the shuttle's flight path. Senkovi had never dreamt such a thing was possible, but the new rulers of Damascus had seen his Gordian knot and found a blade to cut it apart. The focal point was necessarily near the planet. The maths was imprecise, hurried even, if the octopi felt hurry as a human did. Senkovi watched the shuttle cruise obliviously into the crosshairs and take the full brunt of the system's sun, magnified and magnified until even the re-entry plates peeled away like flayed skin, until the reactor cracked open, the explosive force shunting the shuttle wildly out of the neat approach it had been attempting, the contents of the crew compartment surely boiling like spoiled soup. And then the shuttle, nose-diving, plunged like a white-hot meteorite into the atmosphere and burned all the way down until it met the sea. Present 3. Rolling back the stone. 1. Helena dreams of her grandfather. He'd been a tough old man, that's how she remembers him. One of the oldest off the Gilgamesh, both in years lived and most especially in objective time elapsed since his birth. He remembered old Earth, as almost nobody did. Not Kern's old Earth, but the ruin of it that the second human civilization had clawed its way out of, when there was no other alternative to escape but starve and sicken. A tough old man, and he outlived many of his juniors amongst that first generation. After old man Karst died by misadventure out in space, and Vitas never quite adjusted to the new landlords, and so many of the others had passed on, Grandad had just clung in there, increasingly gnarled, looked on by the next generation, and the next after that, Helena's own, as a kind of living monument. Aside from his own stories of how it had been, he was the last connection anyone had to Issa Lane, who had guided the humans all the way to where they could finally become humans. But Grandad had declined in his last years. Helena just remembered, from when she was perhaps 5 or 6, how he had woken screaming and shouting, inconsolable, rattling the walls with Lane's stick. The winters brought it on. Not just the inkling of mortality that cold always brings with it to the old, but his own memories of icy awakenings past. And at his age, even the equator got too cold at night. She remembered his stories, or possibly she was remembering recordings of him telling it, or even recordings from the Guild's archives from when he was younger and still in space. His life had been punctuated by horrible awakenings, in and out of cold sleep as the Ark ship conducted its centuries-long odyssey. Each time, he had found himself in another time, another world, less fit for human habitation. That was what the nightmares were about, not the cold itself, which was only a trigger. Not even that he might not wake, though that had been a real possibility with the Gilgamesh's failing light support. He feared waking once more into a world he didn't understand, where everyone else had rushed ahead and left him behind. Adjusting to the hospitality at the Portiids had been hard on all the ship-bound survivors. Grandad had lived most of his planet-bound later life in a human reservation as people learned the ways of their hosts. He had taken it in his stride, though, because they were all in it together, all moving through time at the same pace. He reserved his dread for losing touch once again with his kin, his species. And yet, aging in a society undergoing constant mutation as its members established a collective détente with the spiders, that was always going to be his fate. No wonder, then, that his last few winters were plagued with nightly terrors of waking into a world where nobody made sense to him anymore. In the dream she now wrestles clear of, He had been fighting his blankets, silk of course, hollering and lashing out as he did, and she couldn't wake him or console him, and all around her the ice had been growing on the walls, as it never had on Khan's world, splintering out into fantastical trees and growths, encroaching on them until the chill of it rooted deep in her bones, and she knew that if she could not snap the old man from his dreams, then they would both freeze, because he was bringing the cold of the sleep chambers to them, hauled hand over hand out of his tormented memories. The dream felt as though it went on forever, but it could only have had purchase on her mind for the last few moments before she woke, passing from suspension to deep sleep through the reach of scattered brain activity and into full consciousness. So cold she feels she is being burned. She is half out of her suit, or at least one arm, shoulder and breast are bared, as though she embarked on a provocative striptease as she was frozen. The pull that holds her lazily against the metallic floor is partly a weak gravity, mostly an electromagnetic field acting on her equipment. Her exposed skin is clammy and numb, ringed by weirdly fractal bruising, spirals of circles from thumbprint to freckle-sized in walls all over. Every joint feels as though it has been wrenched backwards. Sitting up proves a task beyond her capability. She sags back to the freezing metal, and her mind drifts again. Great chunks of memory are still slotting into place in her head, but some of them are plainly irrelevant or even invented, and she has difficulty assigning import to any given recollection. This leads to a fragmentary new dream sequence, where she fights her way through a corrupted file archive, trying to assemble her own mind from the archive's contents, and constantly finds that vital bridging sections of data are missing, or misfiled, or translated into garbage. The data itself exists only as emotional or sensory information, which seems maddeningly relevant, but is also a common feature of her regular dreams, which just tangles her up further between things happening now and things that happened in the past. By now, though, lucidity is kicking in, and she knows that the whole exercise is little more than letting her imagination off the leash to run around and make a nuisance of itself. From long experience, she insists on seeing the file data in terms of legible characters, engaging parts of her brain incompatible with dreaming and bootstrapping herself back into wakefulness. She opens her eyes again, to stay awake this time, feeling odd elements of the dream still clinging to her as though that great database is still hanging from her mind by a thread, waiting for her to catalogue it. She is in a room of metal and clear plastic. At first, its dimensions are hard to make out, because 3 of the walls are windows looking onto other similar chambers, say that those chambers are floored with what looks like oddly sculpted rubble, and weirdly lit, 1 oppressively bruise-coloured, 2 bright blue gold as though illuminated by an otherwise invisible sun shining through the water. And she has everything back, all the context, because she is still mostly in her survival suit that Kern prepared for the water. She and Portia had... She looks around, already cursing herself. Portia is behind her, on her back and still almost entirely in her suit. As Helena watches, one leg tip twitches. She runs a quick diagnostic of her jobs, finding them none the worse for wear, and lays one on Portia's abdomen, the flank rather than the exposed ventral side, because the main portiered nerves run down the belly and they don't like to be touched there. She sends some test vibrations through without eliciting a response, but on her back, Portia is not best placed to receive communications or to reply. At last, Helena tries a direct link, implants to implants, and receives an acknowledgement followed by medical diagnostic data. Portia is conscious, but very slow coming back to control of her body. The cold was harder on her than on Helena, and she reckons she has lost several leg joints altogether. The freezing caused some damaging expansion within the cavity of her body, and she will probably have some long-term organ damage that will require repair or replacement should the opportunity arise. Meaning, if we ever get back to the Voyager, Helena knows, because of course they're prisoners of the locals, octopuses, whatever they are. With Portia's blessing, she connects to her colleagues' suit systems and sorts out some accelerated heating, which will hopefully get the spider back on her feet more swiftly. She wonders if she can call out for medical assistance, but she has the firm suspicion that their captors wouldn't know what to do with a human, let alone a portiered. Still, the knee-jerk reaction is there. Call out to the local system to request assistance. It is something she's been able to do since she was 17, when she finally received the basic implants that would become universal amongst humans within 5 years. There was always some manner of system listening, whether it was portiered AMT architecture, or home-built human electronics, or the superior hybrids hived off from Kern herself. There is an answering ping. She twitches in surprise and nearly elbows Portia in the cephalothorax. Something heard her, something weirdly familiar. It feels a little like interfacing with the ancient Gilgamesh systems, a little like trying to get sense out of a low-grade Kern node that doesn't really want to talk to you. Something is out there, receiving. Portia shudders then, legs flexing and clenching, and she sends Helena a request for assistance. Knowing her friend, Helena knows how much that must cost her. Portia is always the dynamic driving force in their relationship after all, ploughing through spider society and dragging her human companion in her wake. Helena totters over and does her best to right the spider, rolling her onto her legs on the 4th attempt, and exhausting every jot of energy she has left in the process. Portia crouches there, trembling and twitching randomly as she fights to regain use of her limbs. Watched, she gets out eventually, after a half-dozen slurred shuffles are lost on Helena's translation gear. Her palps, palsied shudders describe a direction, one of the adjoining chambers. Helena looks and fails to see, looks and fails, and then finally understands that part of the weird concrete-seeming jumble pushed up against the window is actually an octopus. Its skin, the color and texture of the material it clings to. She scrabbles about, finding her slate discarded on the ground but apparently intact. What can she say? Functionally, nothing of use, but she keys up some colors she hopes are friendly, and shows these to the creature. One protruding eye regards her distantly, and then the creature's body shifts slowly from its greyness into lemon and rose pink, kindred hues to those she chose. The blossoming of the shades is hypnotic, arising imperceptibly from all over its body, and then fading back into monochrome camouflage. Is it an observer, or is it a fellow prisoner? She remembers the maybe diplomat that had come to meet them, and its sudden attempt at escape. Had it got out? She thought it hadn't, so perhaps it is now their neighbor in the cells. Quarantine. She shrugs back into her suit and does what she can with the internal heaters. The room is still icy cold, but at least her and Portia's batteries seem to be full. That is unexpected. Built-in clocks tell her they'd been out for days, likely some coma state before the locals cared to trigger their awakening. She tracks down the logs, worried that the readings are corrupted and she might abruptly lose all power. They have a charging field, Portia stutters out, following her inquiries. Suit called out, received remote recharge. Protocols like old Empire. Enough to be compatible, Helena agrees. A slow burn of excitement rises in her, optimism she would not have looked for 5 minutes ago given their situation. She follows up that link she detected before, waiting to be slapped down by security protocols or just ignored. At first she gets nothing. The system is familiar enough to register her handshake, but no more. She tries access at a variety of levels, scaling back the complexity of her contacts until she's running the sort of maintenance queries normally reserved for when things are well and truly screwed. The sensation is like shouldering into a door already open. Abruptly, a colossal information architecture is laid out before her. So much, her limited internal systems can only focus on small segments of it, arrayed in bizarre clumps and conglomerations of data. Almost everything is incomprehensible. Numbers and data shorn of any context or familiar formats, and yet she follows the rabbit hole down and down, attempting to wrestle the thing into giving her any kind of coherent information, sending it ancient protocols the portieres, through Kern, still use in the hope it might echo something back to her. She uses what she has, which in her case is mostly carved from her translation software. "Do you have anything like this?" she asks the system. "How about this?" She feels as though she is creeping through some vast, endless, unsafe ruin, searching for doors that might fit the verdigreed keys chance has given her. And one does. Some dog end of her interpretation programming abruptly accepted by the host system, recognized and identified, and she finds doors slamming open, archive contents spilling out until there is more than she can handle, and she has to pull back layer after layer, further and further from the meat, until she can get an idea of what she's actually looking at. Everything is filed under a nested set of headings, and most of those are incomprehensible to her, data never meant for human cataloguing. Deep under those layers, though, she discovers a name, a recognizably human name. Dizra Senkovi. 2. Avrana Kern has only limited and artificial emotional responses, being dead and a computer composed at least partially of ants. She considers, do the ants have emotional responses? Probably they are individually too simple for much more than primal fight, flight, pain responses. Their world is limited to the internal architecture of the colony and the deeper architecture of the conditioning the Portiids have trained them to follow. They do not know they form the substrate for a grander mind any more than the cells of a Portiid or human body do. She also wonders if the greater Kern instances can approximate a response beyond the purely intellectual. They are more complex than she is, after all, and have greater processing power available to them. However, if that is the case, she has no memory of it. Unbidden, and from the deepest and most corrupted storage bins of her mind, a memory surfaces. The opinions of one Professor Douglas Huffmeyer on whether the ancestral, living Avrana Kern was capable of emotional response. Irritated, she deletes it, and any other reference to the jilted Huffmeyer, even her own satisfaction at having so comprehensively outlived him. She has a record of what she experienced when she made free with Meshner's implants, and inadvertently the rest of his neurology. She cannot appreciate it. To run those recordings at any meaningful level would require access to the original architecture, viz. Meshner, and she has not utilized that connection again just yet. She is monitoring him carefully, and it is undeniable that he has undergone some cerebral changes that, were she not shunting more honest assessment off into a subroutine, she would characterize as damage. At the same time, Meshner himself appears substantially unchanged at a personality level. Even now, he is conspiring with Fabian on what the male Portiid endearingly believes to be a closed channel through the Artifabian automaton. Their topic of conversation is, of course, the implants and their research. Kern intends to be a fly on the wall, an inner wall, of Meshner's skull, when they reopen their investigations. Kern's problem is this. She does not know what she's missing, being unable to experience it on her own. Simultaneously, she is very aware of the absence. Her world was broadened, and now it is in its familiar straitjacket again. She cannot even grow inured to the experience because it is so comprehensively denied her. Viola and Zayn, being the crew members with the most authority and mental capacity, have been debating the pros and cons of the inner planet and its signal for some time, on and off. The idea that this human-made contact might serve as leverage against the octopus locals, and thereby a means of recovering what can be salvaged of Helena and Portia, is still the narrow front-runner. Kern chips in occasionally to encourage them. She is aware that she is being duplicitous in doing so, not because she disagrees with such a sentiment, but because she has parallel motivations she is not voicing. She wants to meet this signal sender. She wants, or at least has constructed a hypothesis to which she is giving untoward weight, it to be something like her, or like she was. She is aware that she is stacking the deck of her own calculations to get the answer she wants. At the same time, it is the answer she wants, and so she agrees with herself to overlook her own fudging of the figures just this once. Back in the day, when she was a mélange of organic consciousness and artificial personality, she dealt with conflicting motivations by fragmenting her mind into entirely separate shards, each of them with sharp edges to grate against the others. Portiid entomological computing bestows a breadth of processing power ideal for managing simultaneous, even contradictory calculations. She can run two opposing points of view without logical difficulty, right up to the point where she needs to take two conflicting courses of action at the same time, whereupon the waveform collapses, and the ideological cat is either alive or dead. And she knows that, at that point, she would take the action that best served the ship and its crew. Yet to run the thought experiment is irresistible. What if I had the chance to do this for me? What if the odds so fell out that I could fulfill my personal goals without compromising the overall objectives? And the inevitable follow-on calculations of how might those odds be nudged precisely? Hence her decisions here, which will doubtless have enormous ramifications for the crew if she's pushed things too far. At some level, Kern is aware that she has a problem. She is not damaged, despite the fighting, but her moments of expanded functionality within Meshna's mindscape have left her feeling as though what she's left with now is incomplete, dysfunctional. Parts of her are constantly reaching out for the connections she remembers making. She wants that fuller being. She wants to connect to that distant signal woman, Irma Lante. Two distinct ends now conflated by the circling subroutines she is filling her mind with. I want to be more. Meshna is having another attack. Excusing herself under her general responsibility for crew safety, she links to his implants. This event is brief and non-threatening, but it gives her a momentary expansion of her capabilities, filled with alien sensoria. Kern will take anything she can get at this point. Meshna could be reliving the worst traumas, and she would lap it up greedily. Then it is gone, and once more she's left not only bereft, but unable to even appreciate what she had, knowing only that she no longer has it. Fabian's feet tap and scrape on the floor quietly, because Viola is nearby and would doubtless have some caustic sentiments for them about jeopardizing the mission with their foolish researches. Archer Fabian picks up on this, his voice coming out as a low murmur. Meshna, respond please. What is your condition? Meshna stares the spider in its primary eyes. I may need to disconnect some implant functions. Talk. Fabian's irritated twitching suggests just how inadequate a response that is. It was one of your understandings. I experienced it. It translated over adequately. And it is a breakthrough, make no mistake. All the many days they have raced for the inner planet, the pair of them have been working. Enforced idleness in a spaceship run by a self-sufficient and possessive computer system is a blessing for those with long-running experimentation to be getting on with. Even as Helena, unbeknownst to them, is slowly working her way through hundreds of hours of visual data with life and freedom as the stakes, Meshna and Fabian have been able to amble through the labyrinth of their own work, slowly homing in on a format of portiered experience that Meshna's poor human mind can appreciate. And outside the mutable walls of the Lightfoot is a solar system of mollusks that want to kill them, but one can only spend so long gripped with fear before becoming jaded. The work of the experimenter, in contrast, goes on forever, until it actually generates results. Meshna finds he is trembling. His limbs feel leaden and too few. The muscles of his face and thumbs tick randomly, and he wonders if they're trying to be palps and chelicerae and all of a portiered's intricate mandibular machinery. He doesn't feel he can go into detail. Fabian was overbold in selecting what to gift his human colleague. Meshna has, after multiple attempts, 2 more minor seizures, and too many days of frustrating failure, understood the encounter his colleague set out for him. 8 seconds of portiered courtship from the male point of view, some long ago failed liaison Fabian underwent. What remains with him is not the dance, which the little male knew at the time was amateurish and clumsy, but the emotional weight, hope, shame, ancestral fear of death, and behind it all a burning ambition and the companion resentment that this was the best way for poor Fabian to advance his career as a scientist. Or perhaps Fabian had been feeling something entirely different, and each sensation cued a track at random from the human playlist of emotions. Meshna feels not, though. The verisimilitude of the experience still grips him. Some part of the software or his mind acted as an intelligent translator. It works, he tells Fabian. The problem may be stopping it working until we can control it, but it works. He watches the portiered's palps in fascination because the little jitters and gestures are speaking to him, triggering residual memories that let him read them as if they are human body language. All at once he kicks himself that he doesn't have Helena's gloves. Would the foot-shifting spider speech be transparent to him as well, if he could detect it? Archifabian's own palps twitch, and Meshna realizes the automaton is advocating caution in its stance, even as it relays Fabian's words. "We can try and limit the nature of the information you're required to take in." An obvious gestural qualifier of dissatisfaction. Although as we lose the richness of the data, we lose the value of the experiment, but perhaps we can find something more mechanical. Meshna feels weary and washed out, and he would swear that their robot intermediary is going above and beyond its role by independently trying to get him to slow down, but Fabian's logic seems unavoidable. "Something simple," he agrees weakly. "But give me..." Fabian is already scurrying off to a console though, doubtless to start setting down his own memories for later copying. Meshna sags back, feeling that his brain is swelling inside his skull, packed to the brim with too many memories. Archifabian still stands near him, its feet rasping and shifting on the ground as though it is murmuring solicitously. A wave of synesthesia threatens to overwhelm him. Tactile sounds, visible scents, emotions manifesting as colors. From his triumph of a moment before, is suddenly convinced that what they're doing is both impossible and unwise. He catches a stray look from Zayn, impatient and irritated like he isn't pulling his weight. Well, walk a kilometer or two in this brain, Meshna thinks, but Zayn has always been task-focused. Impatient and irritated is about all she can achieve, because what is the task exactly? They are cast adrift in this alien solar system, down 3 crew, heading towards the complete unknown on the off chance it might be useful. Meshna guesses that fleeing back to the Voyager would be the more sensible choice, but it would also set the seal on abandoning Helena and Portia. They've seen the capabilities of the alien vessels. If the Voyager did anything bolder than run straight out of the system, it would be nothing more than a bigger target for the warships. They are also bloody optimistic when we set out. And things have gone badly, and can still go much worse. We could have an armada of these ships turn up back home. Now we've notified them of our existence. They'll get the details from Helena, maybe, and then we'll all be screwed. He shuffles over to a console and configures it for human-seated use, pulling a seat up from the fabric of the floor, molding it and setting it hard. Still conscious of Zayn's occasional glower at him, he calls up the inner planet signal and starts looking over it. Late to the party, he knows, but at least he'll be able to make conversation on topics of current interest, and it isn't as though they don't have plenty of time to digest it. Some hours later, he finds himself on the wrong end of an argument between Viola and Zayn about just what the hell they're all looking at. It is a natural history, perhaps. At least, it is a document presented in the style the old Empire once used for such projects. There is biochemical data, taxonomy, diagrams of what might be animals, certainly living organisms of some kind. There are notes on ecology, food webs, the interrelationships between species, and all of it impossible or perhaps simply fanciful. Nothing is familiar. None of the entities described in such clinical detail are real, or at least match anything that any of the crew have ever encountered, or even read about in some notional romance. And it goes on. There are reams of it, and creeping in through the words, the sense of its increasingly erratic author, a voice out of time, Irma Lante. Zayn's stance, stated with considerable force, is that this represents a work of fiction, some automatically generated fantastical account. Viola takes the opposite view, an unusual split between them, but Meshna suspects their 3-way partnership with Bianca needed that third wheel to stabilize it. Viola is fired up with the possibilities of alien life. She feels, apparently, that this justifies everything they've gone through, that the bounds of scientific knowledge are being rolled back, and so all they have suffered and lost has been worthwhile. Meshna senses, literally, his synesthesia briefly returning, some self-serving bias in her position, because obviously she can feel better about herself if there is a point to all this. Both of them tries to recruit him, while he himself is more interested in the mechanism. Neither option seems to make a great deal of sense. It's an automatic system doing what it thinks is its job, or semi-automatic, like the Proto-Kern entity when the Gilgamesh first met it, Zayn decides. Meshna wonders what Kern, the current Kern that is translating this conversation back and forth, feels about that description. A moment later, he has a weird echo in the back of his head, a passing sensation of profound reflection. as though he somehow conjured up a vicarious emotion on Kern's behalf. "Why would a machine be making stuff up?" he asks Zayn. "If that's what its programming tells it to do, that's what it'll do. A speculative evolution scenario, running unchecked, would produce exactly this kind of replication." "And why would such a scenario even exist in this context?" comes the translation of Viola's argument. "Fictitious, this is useless, but as a factual document it contains some remarkable assertions." Viola is fascinated by the possibility of life that does not originate from Earth. The thought arrives in his head like a whisper, bringing with it waves of dizziness and brief rainbow halos around everything he looks at. Without that, he might even have taken the idea as his own, but the sensory bleed tells him it came from elsewhere. Not one of Fabian's stray understandings, though. "Kern?" he says, sotto voce. Empty silence inside his head, enough that he feels he's imagined the episode. But then the voice comes again, and now he can trace it, linking through his implant, conjuring phantom auditory sensoria to bring him a voice only he can hear. Haunted technology and interspecies diplomacy both are based on a biological commonality, utilizing the abilities of whatever they find. How might such species-wide capabilities benefit by the study of the truly alien? And she will talk Zayn round. She was always ambitious. Meshner is very still. When he listens, there is nothing. No voice, only the roar and rush of blood in his ears, flecked with jagged moments of sensory mismatch, the prickle of arachnid hairs, the inexpressible acuity of touch no human could dream of save he, the tang of chemical information sieved from the air. The glimpse of an alien world, far more so than any planet here in this forsaken solar system. And no voice. He tells himself it was an artifact, his own inner monologue rendered as audible words by yet another glitch with his implant. And he is not quite convinced. 3. The creator referred to these records as the Senkoviad. It means nothing to Helena, but had plainly amused him. He had been human, from old Earth, one of Kern's contemporaries. Helena even stumbles across a reference to Avrana Kern herself. There is a lot of material. The archive she uncovered is vast, and she can almost imagine the dust on it all. Not curated by its owners, just left unheeded in the great jumble of their electronic architecture. There is no security. That was what surprised her at the start. As soon as she configured her access protocols to something suitably archaic, she was let in as though she owned the place. Obviously, she and Portia then spent a busy 10 hours trying to access systems of more practical use, only to find that all they had access to was a great morass of data, and not, say, the doors, or light support, or even a map. She has the distinct sense that all those things are out there, part of the sprawling virtual landscape, but they are not being governed by the same old Empire logic and access procedures. Portia is still gamely trying, because that is her nature, although right now, opening any doors is likely to get them both drowned. Left with no other options but a more than ample sufficiency of time, Helena has gone back to her first love, because it was the obsession of Senkovi's later days too. She is learning about translation. The Senkovi she meets is a man ranging from late middle to elderly years in various recordings. He wrote and recorded in Imperial C, although she wrestles with his accent, slang, and various systems of abbreviation that were probably his own invention, born of being utterly without other human company. Senkovi considered himself the last human being in the universe. Mostly he made the reference flippantly, turning it into a joke. A couple of recordings see him bleakly, deeply depressed, just rambling to himself about loneliness and frustration, mentioning the names of the dead, talking about his faraway, long-lost home. Helena guesses there had been far more of that than she was seeing, that he hadn't often been in the mood to turn the recorders on when he'd been at his low points. But mostly her searches turn up sessions where he works with his experimental subjects. She has a sense that the relationship between him and his octopuses had started there, but by the earliest recordings she can unearth, they had already renegotiated their respective standings. By inference, it is clear that Senkovi was aboard a ship or station in orbit, and that the watery planet below was the domain of the octopuses he appeared to have engineered. but with which he could not, at this point in the records, reliably communicate. He seemed to have no real control over them either. They came and went, up and down the gravity well, according to their own whims. Senkovi had been a hands-off creator, she feels, but desperate to talk to them, and in the recordings they seem just as keen to talk to him, which is ideal for Helena, who now has a vast library of recorded sessions of them failing to talk to each other, far more useful for her purposes than actual successful communication. "Portia," she signals, and the spider lifts her palps in acknowledgement. "I'm going to need to cannibalize some of my translation software." Portia's left palp cocks expectantly. "I need to reconfigure it to deal with the visual information the locals use, to give me even a baseline translation of what they're trying to put across. And it's going to be a bitch, frankly, because it's not discrete. I don't think they have distinct building blocks. It's some kind of gestalt of colors and textures putting over a composite message. I mean, I'm watching the man who actually made them, and he was working on this for decades on and off, and I've skipped ahead, and I don't think he actually managed to reach conversation-level interaction with them." Portia's front legs lift slightly, an echo of her threat display as she contemplates the scale of the task. "But you can?" she says, with considerable faith in her friend. "I have something he didn't," Helena says, trying to match the spider's optimism. "I have their current communications, the two-channel ones. Looks like they found their current mode of conversation long after this Senkovi's day, and it gives me an insight into their communications he didn't have. So I can build on his work, and maybe we can start talking." She sincerely hopes, because she is a linguist, and talk is all she has. Portia regards her for long enough that Helena asks, "What?" and the spider gives a curious little shake of her body. "You have great faith in the ability of communications to solve our problem. What if they are more than happy to keep us here, talk or not?" "We cannot afford to believe that," Helena says with desperate faith. "But like I say, I need to devote my software to this, which means I can't keep it configured to translate for you. We'll have to rely on yours instead." Portia goes still, at first just thinking, but then Helena translates her poise as the equivalent of embarrassment, slightly crouching, hoping to go unnoticed. "I will configure my jacket and implants," Portia says awkwardly. Helena feels a curious stab of betrayal. "You've been relying on my translation all this time." And yes, she has been eager to speak to Portia in the spider's own idiom, to listen through her gloves, but she assumed Portia was running a simultaneous facility to understand humans. For a vertiginous moment, she sees the situation from the spider's point of view. Of course, humans would make the effort to communicate with the Portiids, to learn their language and imitate their sensory capabilities. But why would the Portiids, the hosts and rulers of Khan's world, spend all that effort on talking and listening like humans? It is a melancholy thought that even Portia might not quite see her as an equal, despite their years together. The two species are still building that bridge between them, strand by strand, even 2 generations on. And so she turns to that other bridge, the one that is hers to build, working off the rickety scaffolding set down so long before by Disra Senkovi. He had been an erratic researcher, intent and obsessive in some sessions, frustrated in others, and then there were the long gaps between recordings where he had plainly lost the will to go on. The recording sequences are incomplete, some are corrupted, she lacks key milestones and must fill in gaps, but time is what she has. Sometimes there is food, a kind of fishy slurry that is sour but edible. Sometimes the lights dim, although not to any set pattern she can detect. In the next door chamber, the solitary octopus comes to the window to stare at her, its colours fluctuating between chalk and ash, but making no discernible attempt to tell her anything. Without Senkovi, she could never have made any progress. The octopus communication is equally distant from Portiid speech as it is from human. Senkovi never cracked it, but he made records and tentative lexicons and hours of recordings. She watches him in the tanks, floating alongside his interlocutors, out in the dry, wrestling with multiple screens and a computer system that was slowly failing just as he was. She watches him butt against his limits and not know it. A man of erratic genius trying to apply his personal toolset to a problem he was ill-suited to. Senkovi was a planetary engineer, she understands, and he fell back on pushing for hard solutions and exact answers. Helena, on the other hand, is a linguist, a specialist in non-human language, even if she's only had experience with one such language until now. She takes the dead ends that turn Senkovi around, and she finds a way forward. Sometimes more octopuses squirm into the other adjoining chambers to watch her and Portia. She takes the opportunity to record them as their skins ripple and dance with colors. Patterns spread from individual to individual, mutate, change. They're constantly talking, or perhaps emoting. They touch often, and sometimes they break abruptly into what looks like fighting. One even loses an arm to such a struggle, but which she begins to think is an inherent part of their communication strategy. She makes notes, observing them just as they observe her. The lone, pale octopus is kept segregated, she notes, and she is increasingly certain it is their former ambassador, contaminated by contact with aliens. Its own skin flickers hesitantly when its kin arrive, and she sees an interplay between it and them. Yet there is also a distinct exclusion in the way they react to it, like humans turning their backs. The interplay within the group is far more dynamic than that between them and the loner. And yet they are still talking to it, even as they ignore it. Which makes her ever more sure that what she's watching is something other than talking, and puts her in mind of the twin-channel transmissions the creatures broadcast with. She sleeps, Portia and she looking out for each other and taking shifts. They eat the tedious fish-smelling paste extruded sloppily into their chamber. She works alongside the long-dead Disra Senkovi, reliving his moods and despair, his moments of manic animation, the cut-off ends of his psychological low points when he abandoned his research and his recording to feed the black dog that constantly followed him. He lived a long time alone, she realizes. He spent half a lifetime trying to reach out to his creations, because there was nobody else in his universe he could talk to. And he came so close, negotiated a means of exchanging data and information, yet never made that emotional link. She thinks about herself and Portia, how she can recognize the moods of the spider, even though they're not quite human moods, and vice versa, she hopes. I'm damned lucky, is what I am. And then she finds one long clip in which Senkovi tells a joke to an octopus. It isn't a good joke, dreadful in fact. He finds it hilarious though, being in that part of his mood cycle, and she watches as the cephalopod's skin slowly shifts and changes, and then begins to rapidly flicker and dance. Laughter? No, laughter is human. Beyond an appreciation of simple physical pratfalls, Portiids do not find human humour funny. Just as Portia once tried to describe a complex social engagement, she plainly considered something, some word Helena didn't have, the emotive impact entirely beyond her reach. So here is poor Disra Senkovi, a man a century old and many thousand years dead, telling jokes to sea life and getting a response. And the reaction delights him. He goes on and on, dredging up puns and wordplay and double entendres, almost splitting his sides with laughter, and the octopus glitters and shimmers with bright daylight colours, clinging to the glass of the tank and watching the aging comedian in fascination. Helena's notes are sufficient by then. She can understand what Senkovi never knew. The octopus could not get the joke, but it understood that he, its creator, was happy. Happiness is a universal, perhaps. Or at least it was something the octopus read in that cackling face and married to some state of its own. The octopus knew he was happy, and it loved him, or valued him, or felt something enough that his happiness was important to it. And that in itself is a miracle. That is the grand triumph Senkovi never grasped, that his creatures could empathize, could apply a theory of mind to entities quite unlike themselves, could be great-hearted enough to be happy that someone else was laughing, even if they couldn't get the joke. She watches them for a long time, and then she turns the recordings off, lets the data lie fallow. She sits with her arms about her knees and stares at the solitary grey octopus in the next cell, and feels unutterably sad. At last, there is a faint touch down her lower back, one leg tip stroking her tentatively. Portia understands human emotions too. Sadness is another universal, maybe, even if different stimuli trigger it. "He was so lonely," Helena whispers, hoping Portia has her translation software configured. Again, that stroking touch. Emotional trauma is worse for humans, Helena knows. Portiids still feel it. For them, shock or frenzy are most common. Portiid brains are more uniform, though. They have more common experience with each other than humans, and hence sympathize with each other's trauma more readily, rather than each becoming a solitary prisoner of their experiences, as humans so often are. Helena wonders if the octopuses had it better or worse, except of course they wear their hearts on their skins all the time. Perhaps there is simply no such thing as a private trauma, and hence no stigma to it. Perhaps they live their lives like operatic heroes and heroines, broadcasting the grandeur of their melancholies and their rages to all within eyeshot. Thinking of poor Senkovi, that alternative sounds eminently healthy to her. And one day, after she's thrown her bucket into Senkovi's well and heard it strike dry, she knows she is as prepared as she ever will be. When the little parliament of mollusks arrives to eyeball her and Portia again, she is ready. She takes her slate, now configured to encode and decode as much of the octopus communication as she has grasped, pitifully little even now, and presents it to them boldly, and hopes she is saying hello. Thor. No word from Helena. No transmissions from the locals, no ransom note or demands or even threats. Or rather, plenty of incidental transmissions, should one choose to turn receivers towards their world, but nothing aimed at the Lightfoot. No communications with the Voyager either, which is still hiding out in case the xenophobia of the aquatic civilization here turns out to be insuperable. And Fabian has the uncomfortable feeling that a timer is inching down the wire somewhere. The locals are technologically advanced and erratically paranoid. Octopoid eyes somewhere are going to be searching the further reaches of their solar system for perceived threat. It's what Fabian would do, after all. He can only assume these angry mollusks have at least as much common sense as a male Portiid. All of this makes Fabian very angry, an emotion he shows neither in pulp nor footfall. It does not do for male spiders to give rein to that kind of outburst as a female might. He is expected to be meek and deferential, and it eats him up inside like a parasitic larva sometimes. The Voyager mission had got him out from under the shadow of some particularly dominant females in his peer house, who would have blithely taken the credit for his researches, not necessarily a theft so much as a kind of intellectual eminent domain. Anything he produced would obviously be a product of the peer house itself, with Fabian as mere conduit. After that, and with his work hovering frustratingly near the boundary of success without quite crossing over, all these excursions aboard the Lightfoot came at exactly the wrong time. He resents the risk, because if there is one archetypally male trait Fabian espouses wholesale, it is a regard for an intact exoskeleton. He resents the interruptions. He particularly resents the fact that now, of all times, progress is being made. Why couldn't this have happened back when they had the opportunity to focus on it? He is also beginning to resent Meshner, or at least his frailties. Humans are supposed to be robust. How could they not be? They're huge, and they have that absurdly overcompensatory immune system that makes him wonder how any of them can ever fall ill at all. Except Meshner is not well, and months of research-heavy interplanetary travel cooped up aboard the Lightfoot is not mending him. Fabian has spent no small amount of thought on the subject of how much their research is, there when negative, mine when positive, and he is fully aware of the mendacity of this and cannot train himself out of it, are to blame, and tells himself stridently that it is only a little, and other factors outside his control are more culpable. And he is practically there. Only a little more, and Fabian can go happily off and encode his findings for the benefit of future generations. Except that those findings are going to be trapped in the ship with Fabian for the foreseeable future, and may meet an explosive death in the vacuum of space with him. This he particularly resents. He has spoken with Khan, or rather he has spoken with Artifabian, in the hope the automaton will act as his go-between with a computer too important and busy to deal with him directly right now. Artifabian has a plan to compress Fabian's data and transmit it on a broad frequency if it appears the Lightfoot's destruction is imminent. This is less than satisfactory. The Voyager may not receive the signal. Moreover, the data will only be the bare bones, and what Fabian wants to get out is his own understanding, because in that memory will be him, set down for all posterity. He will become a part of his species' legacy for future generations, and this has been his goal for most of his life. He goes and corners Meshner yet again, as well as he can in a crew space without corners. "I have the first set of maze tests," he explains. "I will download them to your implant now." Fabian spots that Meshner's expression is not the eager, tractable one he is used to. He queries Fabian for translation, and apparently his human co-conspirator is unhappy, possibly traumatized. Fabian does not have time for this. Possibly none of them do. "It's only a maze," he says. "The amount of data is considerably less than a full emotive experience." This is not entirely true, because every understanding comes with the innate baggage of she, or really he, who set it down. But Fabian has attempted to maintain a detached aspect throughout. They have reduced the scope of their experiments by minute increments over the course of their interplanetary journey, giving up the grandeur of their ambitions iota by iota, and this is what they are left with. Fabian has memorized a simple maze, and he wants to make Meshner run through it. Mentally, not physically, although the comparison with the laboratory animals of yore is unavoidable. Meshner gives in, with poor grace, but he checks with Kern first. Apparently, she will give him all the time he wants. They are closing with the inner planet, and with the orbiting structure that is sending out the bizarre natural history lesson. But there is time, Kern says. Fabian accesses the architecture of Meshner's implants to download his maze understanding. Things have changed in there, he notes. The complexity of the virtual space has increased by an order of magnitude, indicating that the implant's algorithms are now vastly better at processing and storing complex data. The rate of change is a little unnerving, in fact, as though the implant is reflecting and copying greater external structures. Fabian has a moment of caution, about to call it all off, but he presses on. This just means that his experiment has a far better substrate on which to run. The observed changes seem to have had no immediate ill effect on his subject, so Fabian gives Meshner the maze, and things go, not wrong, but unexpectedly, straight out of the gate. "I'm there," comes Fabian's translation of the words that Meshner is sending. Where is this? Is this somewhere you saw?" Fabian fidgets nervously. "Are you able to trace the path through?" "It's slick." Fabian is working overtime to convey emotional distress. "There's weed, sea things. The walls are green-black stone. Fabian, where did you—" "Just concentrate on finding the way out." "This test is being timed," Fabian tells him primly. "I know the way." 4 words, but Fabian feels his limbs twitch with excitement. At the same time, he is running diagnostic tests on the implant, because there are no walls, there is no weed. The maze is simply a configuration Fabian spun up within the computer, an intellectual exercise, but Meshner appears to be adding his own grotesque content, turning the simple game into a simulation, making use of all that convoluted new architecture. Sure enough, the implant is running at capacity, and indeed has created new capacity by further optimizing its structure. More than that, it is drawing on outside resources, unused computational power from the ship, plus Meshner's own cerebral functions. The process requires some refinement, Fabian tells himself timorously. In truth, he is not sure what he's looking at, except that the experiment is getting away from him. He tells himself that this is not damaging Meshner permanently. He is aware that he lacks the empirical data on which to base such a statement. Meshner finishes the maze in adequate time, and the next 3 even faster as he grows used to the medium. He continues to complain about the character of the mazes, which have a ruinous, sunken aspect Fabian attributes to their recent travails with the octopuses. Fabian still has more tests, but by then Meshner has had another episode, a moment in which he loses all proprioception and sense of belonging in his own body. After that, the human seizes the chance to break away from vital research because a distraction has arrived. All that valuable time for experimentation has been used up. At long last, they are nearing the orbiting station, and everyone, except Fabian, wants to take a look. Meshner guesses the others also expected something quite different, specifically something more human, or at least human with a small h. Instead, the orbiting station is a bizarre hodgepodge of technologies that suggests the octopus civilization at least extended a tentacle out this way at some point. The basic frame is certainly consistent with old Empire technology, very old given the battered and friable look of the thing. The precise original dimensions would be impossible to determine, save that Kern already has them to hand, dredged out of her far-reaching, erratic memory. It is or was a detachable module from a terraforming ship. Her voice, reporting, is very flat. All the amps and the wiring of her is devoted elsewhere, but Meshner finds he can't avoid giving the lack of effect a human interpretation, as though Kern is filled to the brim with suppressed emotion. The Pt.2 facility had one identical to this, except the Pt.2's module was presumably destroyed with the rest of the facility, back during Kern's long-ago lifetime, leaving her the sole survivor. I'm not seeing any sign of the main station. Presumably that either lost orbital capacity in the intervening time or was deployed elsewhere. I favor the latter, as there is no suggestion this planet has been terraformed. Planetary data unravels down the screen, based on their preliminary scans. Meshner cross-references it to the fragmentary transmissions and joins all the dots. A planet consistent with supporting the supposed biology and ecology the Lante signal claims. For a moment he is gripped by a fierce yearning, a longing and excitement utterly alien to him, bigger than him, impossible to stave off or channel. He can only crouch down and press his palms to the sides of his head, as though the feelings might erupt explosively out of his skull. Then the sensation has passed. Either that or his window on it has closed, the entire event just a momentary bleed from some vast well of howling sensation he brushed too close to. He staggers unsteadily. Zayn isn't looking his way. Possibly the two spiders are. With their lesser eyes, it's hard to tell. The human parts of the module have been built on, and the technology involved is plainly the same that contributed to the octopus vessels they encountered. Globes and bubbles are tacked on in ungainly profusion, with little regard for the structure and center of gravity of the original. The module would have employed rotational gravity for the benefit of its human occupants. The new mishmash has none of that, but Meshner guesses aquatic creatures don't have the same need to know which way is up. Even portiids are far more laissez-faire about such things than humanity, old or new. A detailed look reveals more method than the original madness might suggest. On the basis that it was adapted for aquatic use and filled with water, the ungainly structure's rotation should result in a stable orbital tumble, no indication of decay for at least the next few centuries. Some speculative modelling from Zayn raises the possibility that the end-over-end spin would serve to generate water currents to circulate a clean and breathable medium inside. Except that medium has very plainly left the building, because the entire structure is catastrophically damaged, torn open at one end, riddled with holes. Khan has a drone making a cautious flyby, and its images show what Meshner can only characterize as battle scarring. Khan's analysis, and her own personal experience from the point of view of Khan as ship, matches this with the sort of armaments the octopus vessels deployed, and moreover places the damage as recent, as far as she can tell, perhaps even within a decade. There is sufficient ice still locked in the same orbit to testify as to the fate of the station's innards, plus organic material that might once have been its inhabitants. And yet the signal persists, and it is not an octopus signal, but something eminently human in format and content. Human, but antiquated. So they went in, and they woke up some systems, and then they had one of their sudden bouts of violence, Zayn proposes. Or some other bunch tried to take it from the first lot, as they seem more than happy to fight each other. Her tone suggests an understandable lack of fondness for the locals. They have awoken some manner of journal from a scientist of the old Empire, Viola puts in, via Kern. I would very much like to believe so, although there are some discrepancies. The content is not uniformly consistent with old Empire academic style. Also, I have reservations about the validity of the dating system, given the period that entries appear to cover. One interpretation suggests constant composition for far longer than your species would normally live. There was plenty of variance in dating conventions, Zayn starts, but Viola raps sharply on the console to cut her off. There are sections in which meaning breaks down entirely. the Portiad notes primly. There are repetitions. Some parts of the signal consist of random characters or words placed in a framework that resembles cogent language but is not, unless this is some old Empire cipher we are not familiar with. However, it is plain that there is a trove of information of some sort available on this facility, and the facility itself will not last forever. The longevity of its orbit is in doubt now that the internal water has been removed. Hold on. Meshna raises a hand, hearing his own voice come out as a croak. Sorry, not sure what you're saying now, or where you're going with it. Violet's front legs twitch in irritation. We are obviously going to go in and retrieve such information as remains accessible. Did we agree that? He would be entirely willing to accept that he'd simply glazed through the relevant crew meeting, except that Zayn and Fabian seem equally surprised by the contention. Zayn was against the whole business, wasn't she? Viola climbs a meter higher on the wall so she can look down on all of them, tilting her body left and right so that her major eyes can pin them all. Her palps lift with a self-important little flourish, obviously choosing this time to announce her ascension to the captain's preeminence. Let me be the bearer of bad tidings, comes Kern's translation. And Meshna feels a stab of amusement at the slightly pompous tone the computer chooses. The viability of our entire mission in this solar system is in doubt. The native civilization is both aggressive and potent enough to destroy us should it make a concerted effort. Only its inherent disorganization has prevented this from happening. Bianca is dead, and Helena and Portia are lost, and the Voyager is preserved only because it is assiduously concealing its presence. We had hoped to find a counterforce to combat the octopus civilization, but thus far nothing is apparent. However, we have found here an opportunity to salvage something of value. There are records here dating to the earliest era we know, that of the humans whose strange culture underlies us all. Moreover, there are records of an entirely other world, which plainly engaged the interests of those humans, and which contains within it biological systems and understandings of potential use and relevance to our entire species. A pause and then a hurried skitter of legs. And humans. Meshna mostly watches Zayn to work out how novel any of this is supposed to be to him, and she still seems just as clueless as he is. In the end, it is Fabian who responds, a meek little question from the floor, his posture as crouching and inoffensive as a male can be. Help me along the path to your conclusions, please. Understanding is a matter of Portiads. To what do you refer? The word Kern uses is given that specific spin, meaning Portiad inherited memories, rather than simple grasping of concepts, and Meshna has the same difficulty in seeing the relevance. Viola jerks with annoyance but starts sending data to the screens, a teacher with slow pupils. Here is what our signaler has to say about the genetics of the native life of this planet. Here is the structure of their encoding molecules. Something other than DNA. Alien proteins folding in uncomfortable ways, encrypting information in combinations of shape and chemistry. Here is a genome equivalent in situ. Something like a random sprawling revealed as a three-dimensional structure on the interior of a membrane. Here is another. Another. Meshna's eyes are starting to swim because Viola is letting her diagrams overlap, as Portiads tend to, until picking the new from the old is like disentangling old string. Here is another. This one is huge. Viola keeps pulling out, and if the others have been a few ditches and earthworks stuck to a cell's inside wall, this is a city, a metropolis of compact protein-alikes, molecules for which old Empire science doesn't even have convenient handles. Viola flags up various sections, comparing and contrasting to other examples. Meshna loses the ability to make anything of her diagrams at this point, and must simply take it all as read. According to the signaler, the inheritable information is being encoded at an atomic level, meaning that the transmission of information can be accomplished at far greater energy efficiency than our own genetic code. What, then, can this great assemblage of information be, if not an understanding? It is plain to me that this alien biota has undergone a parallel evolution, allowing it to encode its experiences just as we have, and in a manner that we could learn from and adapt to our own purposes. We need to download this station's archives entirely and then get them and ourselves out of this solar system as fast as possible. And hope the bloody octopuses don't follow us, thinks Meshna, keeping the words unspoken. At the same time, he is aware that Fabian is literally bristling with unexpressed emotion, and he guesses it's probably anger because Viola's new pet project casts a long shadow on their own. And he is also very aware of her "it is plain to me" comment, because Portiad science has no problems with making bold claims and only later dismantling them. It is how their academics jostle for dominance amongst themselves. Viola cannot know a tenth of what she claims, but she has decided to make this the cornerstone of her game plan, and perhaps she is right. Getting out of the system with whatever they can grab is probably not the worst idea in the universe right now. Nobody has mentioned Helena and Portia and the outside possibility that they are alive and captives somewhere. The overwhelming technological superiority of the locals consigns any thoughts of rescue into the doomed heroics category, and neither human nor Portiad nature is quite so in love with its own myth. Meshna looks about him. Fabian, unhappy. Viola plainly not caring what Fabian thinks or Meshna himself, but cocking an eye at Zayn. Zayn nodding. Motion carried. There is an interesting pause before Kern responds, as though she too was hovering near the Nei camp. At last she concedes, though, her potential veto unused. "Connect to the active system and download whatever it has," the spider instructs, "and then we can work out how to get past the natives, who may take a lot more interest in us if they work out we're stealing from this place," Meshna puts in. "Their first attack came when we said we were human. Their second, when they caught us responding to this signal. Whatever they're so touchy about, this is the heart of it." Viola's response, a couple of dismissive taps, is rendered by Fabian as, "Even so." Meshna wrestles with the nearest console, finding his hands still tremble a little. Kern seems to second-guess him, in the end, showing him a record of her contact attempts using a variety of old Empire protocols. It's not recognizing us. He read some of the old Gilgamesh records once, something most humans do when they're young, trying to reconnect with their receding origins. The situation here is weirdly parallel to when the Ark-ship had first encountered a dormant Kern, save that in this case Kern is on the outside. "Play something of its own back to it?" he murmurs, because that had worked for his ancestors. Instead, Kern drops into a deeper level of communication, system-to-system handshakes, and deep access protocols. A volley of emotions ambushes him. Surprise, disappointment, opportunism. Meshna grips the console, dizzy, trying to catch up with his own cognitive processes to discover why he feels like this. Even as he tries to master himself, the sensations bleed into Kern's thoughtful noise. A human utterance from a computer system full of insects. "I had contact. It acknowledged me. Then the signal stopped." "Infiltrate them," Viola directs. "There is nothing to infiltrate." Kern's human voice sounds puzzled, which rings a perfect twin to the puzzlement Meshna hosts, as though he and the system are in sympathetic lockstep. "I can find no trace of any system there. The transmission has stopped, but there is no open port, no live network. It's as though an operator was manually sending the material and has now ceased. But if there is anything within the station to be aware, it is now aware of us." "Have the drone find some manner of live conduit on the surface," Viola says, her movements skittish. "The power use readings are curious," Kern notes, illustrating that curiosity with examples on the screens. "Some solar collectors are still in operation, a mix of the old Empire's ancient, robust technology and some kind of photosynthetic coating used by the octopuses, which in itself seems efficient enough to be worth taking a sample of. They are jury-rigged, cobbled together with lots of loose ends and blind alleys, but routing power to some source inside. Now the signal is gone, nothing on the hull seems to be turned outwards. There is no electronic backdoor Kern can exploit. The lightfoot is closing on the station now, easing into a matching orbit. The large drone Kern currently has out there is joined by some diminutive siblings, which quickly find rents in the hull sufficient to allow them inside. Their limited light and range of vision give the crew a vertiginous look at the interior. Ancient walls, metal overlain with shriveled biotech, a chaos of two technologies, or rather two far distant branches of the same technological tree. Fragments and particles drift everywhere, so that the pair of little drones cause a chaotic whirl of collisions everywhere they go, radiating outwards through the vacuum and out of sight of their lamps. Worry clutches inside Meshner, as though the ripples of the drone's approach might warn some predator lurking inside. "I'm following the power traces," Kern remarks flatly. The drones find an ancient doorway, an iris seized half open, and bob through it. The next area was recently buttressed, shimmering with tatters of membrane, cluttered with a profusion of machinery that just seems to have been piled up and stuck together. All of it looks both new and not designed for human use. One wall is stippled with holes through which the system's sun glitters on the bristling ice that lines half the chamber. There is a closed door in one wall, seemingly intact. The drones jockey about in front of it, trying to find how it might open. Design suggests an airlock, or potentially a waterlock, given the preferences of the most recent occupants. There's no active terminal I can detect, Kern reports. Whatever is beyond this, though, that's where the power is being routed. Go outside and find another way in? Meshner suggests, but his words are lost in an announcement from Zayn. The pings we're getting from the locals are more intense now. We're detecting ship movement towards this orbit. Maybe not an attack fleet, but I wonder if they're working themselves up to it. They didn't seem to need much working up the last few times. Fabian's translated words successfully come over as bitter. They just did. Then they're getting themselves into a position where if they just do, they'll be able to make it stick. Zayn tells him exasperatedly. So if we're doing something here, Viola, we should consider we have a limited time. Door controls are manual only, Kern states, and Artifabian twitches and rattles off across the crew quarters towards its own airlock. It is configured as a portier, after all, which entails certain physical competencies. At Viola's insistence, Fabian scuttles up to a console, standing by as backup pilot should one be necessary. Meshner just sits back and watches the view from Artifabian's cameras, feeling oddly proprietary. The arachnoid remote is one of his and Fabian's team, after all. It's almost as if he's contributing. Kern carefully adjusts the ship's velocity and proximity to the station, feeding the data to Artifabian. The airlock door is open, and their destination is still distant, the size of a thumbnail in the robot's view. Fabian reports sullenly on trajectory, performing backup maths. Artifabian has limited maneuvering jets, but most of the legwork, so to speak, will be done the old-fashioned way. Meshner watches stress tolerance readouts push limits as the robot ratchets in its third pair of limbs. Relative velocities are stable, Kern offers, and Artifabian springs, legs spread, kicking off into space. The approach to the station threads a needle through a sparse cloud of debris that is matching the orbital's orbit, the echo of a much larger collection of clutter that time and physics has dispersed. Artifabian's approach is graceful, ghost-like, a single perfect leap over kilometers, a subtle murmur of jets to slow its approach when the wall of the station is already its whole world. Meshner sees the positives as its feet find their anchors, touching down like a feather, no bounce back at all. Then it goes pattering swiftly towards the nearest torn ingress, following the trail already blazed by the drones, creeping under and over with considerably more ease than the remotes through the cluttered, swirling spaces to the closed door. Opening the room up is another complex operation. The manual release is nothing made for a portier, real or artificial, and Meshner reckons a human would have difficulty too. In the end, Artifabian cannibalizes the camera drones for parts, botching together a kind of flexible glove puppet that the robot can manipulate to get purchase on the control. The process takes longer than anyone is comfortable with. Meshner half expects a torrent of water and possibly some annoyed mollusks to come tumbling out of the chamber beyond. What Artifabian detects is air, though, the ghost of a stale breath from the past. The chamber itself would be cramped for a human, sandwiched between two doors, no window on what lies beyond. An airlock for real, though, buried in the heart of the derelict station. Doesn't guarantee air on the other side, Zayn points out. Not if a shot compromised the hull through there. Her voice sounds muffled, and Meshna is alarmed to see her suiting up. Is she worried we'll get shot too? But then the realization. She thinks we're going over there. She must be mad. And his eyes flick to the long-range readings, because the locals are definitely coming closer. He imagines those monstrously heavy dreadnoughts building up an unstoppable momentum, finally united in their desire to turn these intruding aliens into a fog of atoms. Artifabian has another convoluted wrestling match to seal the first door and open the second, while Zayn and Viola track the attention they're getting from the distant local vessels. Meshna is already ahead of them in considering that far away doesn't necessarily mean anything given the level of weaponry the octopuses deployed. There might already be projectiles or missiles streaking through the void towards the Lightfoot. "We need to speed this up," he whispers. "We have to get out of here." But not without making contact. Kern's voice is in his ear, matching his conspiratorial tones, and he jumps. "What?" "Viola is correct. We should achieve what we can," Kern informs him, more primly, as though he had somehow surprised the computer in a moment of unintended candor. Which is nonsense, obviously. Then Artifabian is through the door, signaling Viola for praise, as though it is the portiered mail it resembles. There is light in the chamber beyond. This is where the power goes. There are lamps in one wall, perhaps that was the ceiling once, sending out a gentle radiance that glitters amongst the dust motes drifting everywhere. A seat is bolted to another wall, something Meshna could have sat in, though not without turfing out the antique environment suit that is half wrapped about it, like a feeding starfish, still connected to sockets in the walls by a handful of charging cables, as though someone was just here and popped out the moment before we came, except there's no way out. There is a console. Meshna stares at it, fascinated. It is bulky, clumsy, made in the same style as the convoluted manual lock to the door, save that its makers dumbed it down, making an oversized, simplified version, as though for a child, as though for a human. A device made by alien hands for use by hands like his. He can see where fingers and thumbs might latch on to manipulate it. There are no controls on the inside of that door, Zayn observes flatly. Meshna shies away from the obvious conclusion. He doesn't want to think about what was done, and recently it seems, to something human enough to merit those controls. And yet when he reaches inside himself, he feels excitement. Excitement that seems to bleed into him from somewhere else, because surely he has nothing to be excited about right then, but the feeling wells up inside until he can barely contain it. At the same time, Kern calmly reports that the console is powered. "Is this where the signal originated?" Viola demands. "The linkage to the surviving hull systems suggests it may be," Kern says, "and if there is retrievable data, then most likely it can be accessed from here. But I'm not sure the Artifabian unit will be able to manage these controls efficiently. They are designed for human operation." And Artifabian, on cue, registers its concerns about how long any complex interaction might take. A long silence follows that, everyone's thoughts slowly drifting towards the same option, save Zayn's because there she is already suited up and checking her systems. Meshna feels himself alive with a brittle excitement. On one level, he really wants to see what is in the abandoned station, is desperate to reveal the mystery, except that level is disassociated from the rest of him. Intellectually, he doesn't much care. His own mental health concerns him far more, and yet the emotions swell in him, playing his mind like an orchestra, demanding his complicity. "Fabian," he croaks, tapping the floor for attention. The male portier cocks a large eye at him. "Fabian, it's not going right. It's gone wrong." Except that Artifabian is not there to translate, and Kern isn't stepping into the breach. Meshna's hands tremble, worse than ever. His voice shakes so much that perhaps no translation could do it justice. He runs diagnostics on his implants, coming up with contradictory, nonsensical answers, access denials, insufficient system privileges to examine the contents of his own skull. "I'm still linked, experiencing. I can't turn it off." "Then we'll have to send someone in," Kern tells him, and he jumps in horror before realizing she is just translating Viola, who has found the worst possible solution to her precious answers being locked up somewhere within the derelict station. "You're sure, Zayn?" Viola prompts when the woman raises her hand, a grim volunteer. The human woman grimaces but nods. "At least it doesn't seem trapped, like the old Earth orbitals." Plenty of children's scare stories about those made it through to human culture on Kern's world. "I will do what I can to prepare the way." And the humanity leaves Kern's voice as she redeploys her resources elsewhere. "But Meshna should also go. It will be safer with 2 crew who can watch each other, and at least half the interior will be designed for humans. And he and Zayn can communicate freely without artificial assistance." Meshna shakes his head, his throat too dry to speak. And yet, that excitement is still rampant within him. A need to go in person, to experience, to feel the thrill of that discovery, to meet whatever is to be met. He tries to say no. He tries to say that he will not set foot on that dead station under any circumstances. But the tide of emotion carries him with it, and he can't.